Alright, hello and welcome back to the latest episode of Rough Rolling, where pain is the name of the game. Gonna be a interesting sort of session for probably several different reasons, of which I am privy to and other people are not. So, let's at least get a recap on what happened last week so we can work through it. Barry, take it away.
Alright, so last session, we started with the party approaching some drug addicts in an alleyway in search of drugs. Much to their surprise, a nightmarish creature spewed. My notes are awful. A nightmarish creature spewed spiders from the mouth of one of the drug addicts. After figuring out that there was no fighting the swarm, the party struck at the nearby webs, destroying them and breaking the nightmare, but not before slaying the probably innocent druggie who was spewing the spiders in the first place. Probably shouldn't have been done that.
Which one slayed the druggie?
I can't remember. After conversing with the survivor, the party moved on to Bridgefront in pursuit of an alleged drop site. Finding a poisoned well with loose bricks around it, which revealed a hidden compartment, the party investigates but comes to a dead end. The party splits, Daxius watching the fountain, Giru and Sven going to the Lunar Guard, and Vic and Fernix going to the Library of Thought. Vic and Fernix explain the fights which occurred both last session and the previous, explaining that these occurrences seem to be happening more frequently than expected. They learn that there might be something trying to break down the barrier between the real world and the world of dreams. Frel was hired by an unknown employer, but he didn't sell the stuff back to them. I don't know what that means, that's just in my notes. He tried to sell the book to Madame Carrington, that the party was after, I think. Sven and Garugamesh later arrive at the Lunar Guard headquarters, where they learn to find the Aurelian the person at the College of Matching. That one. However, Garugamesh's mouthing catches up with him, and he ends up getting the beatdown of his life by a bunch of guards, rightfully so. Sven, in the meantime, makes good friends with rather racist Sergeant Joseph Heller. After a quiet walk back to the Library of Thought, a bar themed like a library, Sven and Garugamesh meet back up with the party, sharing what they learned. After some concern shown by Daxius, he and Sven got into a passionate argument over Sven's reaction to Garugamesh's beatdown, where Sven argued that he was tired of Giru getting the party in trouble, and Daxius arguing that Sven had an obligation to be loyal and protect party members. The argument ended with neither side agreeing and the two separating, and the session ended with the party discussing what to do next, and we open with a couple hours of sunlight left, the party yet to decide on how to proceed.
Yep. So
I should note that we ended going into the Library of Thought. Might I recommend we not do that, considering they can, read our minds.
remember, Melia threatened them.
That's true. Fair enough. Still, it's something to keep in mind.
Oh, my computer is lagging bad. What the fuck?
Yeah, I didn't know if it was just me, but you're lagging on my end.
Yeah, a little bit. Okay. I may have just gotten confirmation that the dumb on call thing is no longer an issue.
Oh, that's good.
I hope I wasn't lagging for that recap.
No, you were fine.
The audio was fine, but it was like the video was delayed for me.
Fucking Comcast, man. I don't even know if it's
No,
their
I
fault.
think
I'm
this is just my
blaming them anyways.
computer. I think this is just my computer having a stroke because Steam is trying to install something and it won't let me stop it.
Force quit out through Task Manager.
You know what? I'll do that.
Anyways,
Let's get the ball rolling. I'll just go up to Vic and be like, "Hey, you got those the files you got from the solarium about Desmond Rath? Mind if I take a look over those?"
All right. Should have them in the bag of holding here somewhere.
Alright. This is gonna take me a little bit to go through. I have some things I want to research as well, so if I'm not needed right now, I might go to the library for a few hours.
Windows is installing an update. That's the problem.
Hmm.
I love that Windows does that.
As you guys are wandering and having this conversation to the Library of Thought, you hear Malia just kind of lean over and say, "What the fuck happened to you, kid?"
You talking to me?
No, I'm talking to the other person covered with, I'm assuming, their own blood.
Yeah, it's my blood. You know, I just had a party member throw me to the wolves, but I fought him off. No big deal. Oh, sorry, I meant to say pigs, not wolves.
I'm gonna choose at this moment to not ask.
Probably better if you don't, but I'm sure you'll hear about it anyways.
So, does anybody manage to learn anything else when we were talking about the possibility of the collapse of the wall between the waking and sleeping world?
I'm still poring over some of these notes I got from the solarium, hoping it might shed some light on something, but I don't know if it'll help this case.
I think I covered most of what was discovered in the investigation so far. Did want to do some research on this Malik entity. Perhaps there might be something there.
Sure, just going into the palace library should be fine for a topic like that. Or if you want something a little more religious specific, go up to the Great Pantheon. They have a... I don't know what I want to call it, alcove to Malik, as they do every other god, to the not exactly welcome opinions of a lot of the locals, but hey.
Oh, suppose I can start at the palace, the library.
And I suppose if you guys are going to do that, I'm going to keep my ears open and my eyes open around here. Just in case. So,
Are there any small errands we need done I could set my followers on? Anyone? Alright. I'll just send them back the banner home for the time being then.
Natari does grab your shoulder and say, "What about the fucker that was following you?"
Well, you want to go through the entire fucking city looking for one guy? You know how well that worked for us last time we were here.
I mean, yeah, fair. Yeah, you know what, fuck it. That seems like way too much effort, and I don't want to do it.
I would like to do it, but he could be literally fucking anywhere. It's already a fucked situation. There's nothing.
I love helping
Actually,
people. I'm gonna go back and get drunk. Find me when you're done, just gestures like all around.
Before you go, actually, I just thought of something. Could you get him to tell Priona something for me? I want Priona to look over... to find one of the people we were talking to in Fever Dream Alley. Because... well, they said people that are allied with people we're trying to find are people who have nothing left to lose, and considering that they just saw one of their friends cut right in front of their eyes, they might not have anything to lose, so it might be a good idea to keep an eye on them.
Fair enough. I can, I'll pass the message on. I'm not promising anything at this point, really.
I'm not expecting anything.
After that, she just sort of gives you one of those, like, slaps on the shoulder / back, and kind of gives you over the, shoulder and leaves.
I'll just barely react and just stick to my notes. Like, yeah, see you later. Just reading.
What the rest of you? What's going on?
Garugamesh is gonna sneak out to run a particular errand.
Mm-hmm.
Sven orders a drink, stressed from the conversation with Daxius.
Vic, Fernix?
Scottish brew, what is this? What is in Scottish brew? I have to ask. He talks to the bartender about brews.
Is the Library of Thought a bar or a coffee house?
It's
For
both.
sure.
Yeah, it seemed like
Oh.
both.
It's both. Coffee
Depending
shop.
on the time of day or how much of a degenerate you are.
Anyways, Fernix,
I'm
what are you
sorry.
doing?
What? You have to be degenerate to go to a coffee house or a bar?
Well,
Yeah.
if you're buying alcohol at like
Degenerates at the coffee
like
house.
I
2
ever
p.m.
had,
or 10
I
a.m.
got from a bar. And that was
No
because
shit.
the
Best
owner
conversation.
was Italian and had an espresso machine. It was great.
Fuck
It's
yeah.
it's
see.
medieval. Everyone drinks constantly. Basic water has slight amounts of alcohol just to purify it.
That's fair. I always forget about that.
Anyways,
I'll,
take it
I'll-
away. Say again.
I'll do some sort of coffee with booze type of thing. Well, I'm trying to figure out how we're supposed to get a hold of this drug stuff.
Yeah, Vic's just going to the library.
Okay. I will remind you that you did see some activity in the night market. You also had one of the tattletales, basically errand boys who work around the market, offer to sell you
Right.
information, and perhaps there might be a possibility related to the people who have been watching you to make that go the other way. So,
Mm.
Right. And how much was he asking this time?
50 gold.
he wanted 50 gold.
Yeah.
How long did Natari stay there?
A few hours, because we were like gone for like 3.5 hours.
Every single hour, she will tell Ator, and Ator would have told Pernix. The kid would come back, and the price would lower by 10. So after 3
So,
hours, he
like-
was down to 20 gold.
I mean, I don't trust the kid, but it could lead us somewhere.
Kidnap him. Torture the information out of him.
Might be worth checking out.
Oh, you were gonna say might be worth torturing him.
Yes, that too.
Yeah, gonna move your alignment down one.
I've done 10 good deeds, so one bad deed
Look,
cancels it out.
Sven is only evil when he's drinking. He's not actually evil.
Really? He's not?
No.
He's a mean drunk.
I mean, Sven could have fooled me.
Punches the
Alright.
bartender. After he asks him for a punch, the bartender says, "Sure."
Right in the face, yeah. So, Melia does remain. I'm assuming you're sitting at the table, Pernix, while you're working on your stuff. So she's going to be there with you. Then you were at the bar counter talking with the bartender who, let's be honest, does not seem to have a great amount of interest in talking to you, considering, company. 2 people have gone to the library. 1 person has gone somewhere else. Is that accurate?
Sure.
I think, who was the other person going to the library? I think I was going to the library.
Vic. He's going with you.
Yeah.
So. Okay.
I'm just like buried in my notes the entire time as I'm walking.
Let's start with Garugamesh, since that's the one off. So, because I, as a DM, already know, why don't you explain to the camera where you're going?
So I'm going to Nightingale Jewelers to sell my jewelry, and then afterwards I'm hitting up the Lunar Gazette because it's right around the block. I think people need to know what happened to Garugamesh.
So, Nightingale Jewelers, it's a pretty nice place. Hallowed Vale is... It's like right on the edge of where the real money is. So a lot of the homes here are pretty nice. Like, well, you guys could afford one. Not a lot of other people could. As a result, the Jewelers, which is off of one of their main squares, is pretty nice as well. Sizable, lot of display space, definitely on the posher side. And since we already dealt with that, you're going to be selling them to them just directly.
Yeah.
You deal with one of the owners, kind of a feminine-looking man who, a little bit back and forth, and you guys come to an agreement for the amount of money that you agreed to, which is 90% on the total value of what is being sold, since it is basically money.
Well, surprisingly, he doesn't say anything about Gilgamesh's appearance. And then from there, he goes over to the Lunar Gazette.
A lot of people look at you fucking weird. And even the I would say, like, once you leave, like, Center City, you get some, like, odder looks. 'Cause thankfully, Phoenix did heal you some. Like, you're not drenched in your own blood or something like that. You definitely look rough. And not clean, because, well... Da-da-da-da-da-da. Once you get into Nightingale's Jewelers, there's that reaction where they're like, is this person going to try and rob us? But when the case comes out and there's gold and jewels within, and they verify that they are real, then it's, we are now doing business.
Of course, I explain who I am. I'm the esteemed and well-renowned Gilgamesh, but they already knew that because obviously my reputation precedes me. And they were more than happy to purchase my jewelry.
So, I didn't think I was going to make this roll, but I made this roll. So, you're finishing up the transaction, and you're going through, like, a lot of this self-aggrandizement. And the man who's been working with you, human, probably in his 40s or 50s, hands over the money and says, you wouldn't happen to have a brother, would you?
I've got a few siblings. Don't know how you would, what makes you ask if I have a brother?
I suppose it's part of the accent and part of the, what's the word? Stepan! What's the word? People sort of familial resemblance. A bit in the beard and a bit in the face and eyes.
I
The
think they're
manager
saying
down
all
at the
doors
bank
look the
in
same.
the square.
Yes, it wouldn't surprise me if you saw one of my brothers, at the bank. If you see him again, please give him my best regards.
Right, should I tell him that you came in looking like you had the absolute stuffing beaten out of you?
It wouldn't surprise him.
Concerning. Either way, Edrimar. I'll tell Edrimar the next time I see him that if... whatever. Maybe he'll check in on you. It was nice doing business with you, and have a good rest of your day.
Yes, well, thank you for the, generosity.
Okay. So, you leave, bag both lighter and heavier. Lighter of the work that you have done, heavier with the proceeds therefore. Honestly, 90% is kind of generous considering most of those gems you got for free.
I paid for those.
No, you didn't.
Out
Most
of the,
those you got from the gauntlet.
Oh, paid for
Oh,
it from the party.
Yeah, I paid the
for
party for it.
Okay. Alright, so the debt
Because nothing
technically
is
was to
ours.
everyone else. Interesting, but yeah, it works. Anyways, you're then able to go down. You're probably getting closer to about 6 o'clock by this point. It's a pretty long walk. The city's pretty damn big.
I thought Nightingale is right next to the Lunar Gazette. I'm
It was,
looking
but you
at
had
the
to
map.
cross the entire city from the Library of Thought.
Oh, yeah.
The cat really wants to be a part of the conversation. Really wants to be part of the conversation. Then you need to keep Tony under control. So, you, Gilgamesh, enter into the Lunar Gazette. The place is smaller, but as soon as you open the door, you can hear the sound of, like, the printing presses being pulled and yanked, and the typesetting move. there's a smell of ink and of fresh paper, and almost like a forest of like broadsheets that are hanging on clippies to dry. Everywhere, like from wall to wall, ceiling to ceiling, but you're able to see people moving about within.
I look for someone. I look for the receptionist, whoever may be in the lobby.
Well, this isn't a lobby. The building that you walk into is basically a single big room. This is a time before there was like a lot of really commercialized news media. Also, I think Vic just died there for a second.
Yep, sorry about that.
So what you go into is basically the news floor, where everyone here is working. And the first person, as you're like moving through like the forest, is a man in his 50s, balding, glasses, human. As you sort of appear out of the forest, sort of, I guess technically it's made out of wood, he turns to you like, "Who the fuck are you?" and looks over his glasses and says, "How can I help you?"
I flash the Valley Air Society badge and say, "I have a story you may run a run. Quite the interesting one. It'll be...
"Let's go into the back so it's a little less noisy."
I
He
don't know if we ever clarified if we're saying that Garugamesh wrote this or if he's just giving spark notes for the Lunar Gazette to write it.
What you gave me is what is being printed.
Yeah, that's fine. I just didn't know if we wanted to say Garugamesh wrote that or not.
Probably.
Yeah.
Would Garugamesh be bright enough to realize that maybe his name shouldn't be on the byline?
Probably not, but
Fair
also
enough.
I don't know what kind of news company would print just whatever someone brings into the door with them without doing any sort of fact checking.
So, excuse me.
Have you heard of news?
So,
Like in general?
he takes you into the back, and as soon as the door closes, it gets significantly quieter. You actually pass through like several other people who are working at the presses. That's probably the first time you've seen like the actual process, the moving of actual typesettings, the papers being put in, pressed down, brought out, and then clippied up on the twine to dry. It is sort of an acrid stench, not pleasant. But as soon as you're in the back, the man turns around and says, "So, you were saying you have something that you wish to have printed, yes?"
Yes. Pigfolk, beasts, run amok through city center. And I present this man my notes on I was attacked in broad daylight.
He takes it. He looks kind of incredulous. But he pages through it here and there and says, "And you can back this up?"
Oh, absolutely. And then I pull out the pig mask and I kind of just flash it and be like, this was taken from their head. The
Give me a
pig
bluff.
folk. A bluff? Hell yeah. Do I want to burn an inspiration on this?
To convince them that they had an actual pig in their ranks.
Nah, I got a +9. I'll be fine.
Okay. He definitely looks a bit incredulous, and you can probably know why. Because, well, the mask that you're giving them is cured. There's no blood on it. But then
Oh
again,
yeah, no, I'm just trying to flash it and put it back real quickly.
You do it quickly enough that he's like, "Well, alright, I'm probably going to have to send somebody around to verify a few facts with the guards themselves, and do you have any other witnesses other than the officials?"
My cohort, Barry, or not Barry.
Who's this Barry? Try again.
You
My
really
cohort
think
spent.
Sven's gonna...
But I think between you and me, to preserve some journalistic integrity, I don't know that the Lunar Guard would be so give you necessarily the whole truth, since the beatdown did happen kind of in front of their precinct.
Alright, give me a diplomacy.
Wouldn't this be bluff?
Would it be because you're convinced? Because technically you're just trying to convince him to not do something. You're not I mean, you are lying, and the thing is, that's not necessarily untrue. Like, the guards probably would not want to comment on something that they were involved with. So it's a reasonable assumption. Give me a bluff at a -4.
At a -4.
Big money, no whammies.
Yeah.
It's still better than his diplomacy. Yeah.
Hey, big
He
money.
buys that. Yes, well, that definitely makes sense. I never exactly had the greatest of relations with the Lunar God. Better with the Onyx, but they only work within the castle itself. So, we're going to run a few questions. You might be contacted. Perhaps the late edition tomorrow.
Very good, my good sir.
Would you like to be stated that you were interviewed directly?
Yes, please, but if
Very good.
I would like to add credibility to my name.
Fair enough.
Only my,
Sorry, go ahead.
but only use my first name.
You've only given me your first name. Do you have a surname, or are you a clanless dwarf?
I don't happen to remember my clan name at this particular moment.
You could make a nat 20 on that bluff, and he would not believe it. Right, whatever. You at least have the badge, and assuming that you haven't stolen it, and that the people of the society confirm that it is legitimate, you have nothing to worry about. So, look for it wherever our paper is sold for the late edition tomorrow.
I'm an avid reader. I wouldn't miss it.
Very good. Thank you for the scoop.
Yes, sir. And I'll take my leave and head back to the Library of Thought.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did anyone else see the cat in Birch's background almost fall?
Yeah, that's why you're not supposed to go up there.
I'm sorry, that was just
All the
adorable.
good
That's all.
Yeah.
Let's get a pop in and what's going back on at the Library of Thought, because this is going to be like a solid hour that you're gone at least.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing at the Library of Thought in this time?
Drinking.
Drink it.
Well, I guess I'd probably try to look up the drug in any books that they have available there.
Okay, give me a... Like, I kind of wish research was like its own skill.
Yeah.
I guess it'd be a knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Probably... local? I think?
If it's higher, nature would make sense. Unless it's not really natural.
Actually, you give me a knowledge nature and a knowledge arcana.
Okay. Knowledge nature. And +2. And then the knowledge arcana, which hopefully is... That's decent.
Both pretty fucking good. You, as you're working through some of this, you definitely find entries for certain psychoactive drugs. A decent amount which refer to hallucinations, things that maybe match up with some of the things that you've seen, especially a decent amount of plants where poisons used in enough quantity can induce a sort of euphoric psychedelic torpor. Too much of said poison kills people. usually rather painful.
Man, that kills people.
And doesn't make any mention of spiders exploding out of them, so.
No, nothing comes up like that. But the closest that you had, actually, strangely enough, is a... I don't know, would you call it a venom? Kind of a venom that comes from a pretty rare spider. Something that comes from a sword. Something that probably wouldn't survive the weather up here, or would have come from here naturally. So there are certain similarities. It's not one-to-one, but I think it's a decent amount for you to work on. Also, the cat's
Right.
really... Tony wants attention right now.
Yes.
Because
Of course
Sven
she
just
does.
ignores him all the time.
That's right. Well, I guess I'll take notes on the conditions that it would take for those spiders to survive, since they're not native to the area. And that's the closest hit that we got. It might
Warm,
be related.
dark, and damp.
Mhm.
Which, well, considering the weather lately,
You know, I was described as that in high school.
Damn.
well, kids can be mean. All right, so Sven sits there to,
So,
unless he's drinking hard liquor, he's not getting drunk. Okay,
Nah, he just wants something to
it takes the edge off.
relax.
Yeah. Vic, you and Daxius make your way through the city, going for the Palace Library, which is in Center City off of Imperial Square. Daxius mentioned that he was basically focusing on the Journal of Desmond Roth during it. I'm assuming that you don't try to make conversation at all?
Yeah, probably not.
I imagine it's a very, like, long, awkward, silent walk.
Well, there are a lot of things that happen around you. The city's busy, especially this time of night. People are just getting off of, like, more regular jobs. There are shifts that are turning over, like, as you go past, specifically places like Blitzfitz's class works. You can hear, like, the sound of shift change. It's a little quieter in the center city. A lot of businesses are beginning to close. This is sort of the upper... Well, not upper, but it is a high street. You, actually, both of you give me a perception check. Daxius at a -4.
Fair
Okay.
enough, makes
Yeah.
sense.
Always High Street, never Hello Street.
Daxius, you definitely, you pick up some colors and shapes. A lot of, like, less human creatures. Kobolds, beast folk, Uru. People moving around. You do at least pick up that a lot of them are kind of to the edges of society. Or, well, the streets
Yeah.
at this point.
I'm
Vic,
used to seeing it around.
you at least notice that most of the kobolds are dressed poorly. Most of them are hauling around buckets, mops, brushes, things that indicate that they most likely do pretty hard labor. A lot of the beast folk are not dressed super well either. The best you see is somebody that you think maybe they're like an apprentice or like a lower artisan or something like that. You can tell that they try to avoid anyone's eyes. Even if you get close to them, they try to make sure not to touch anybody. You do notice like some of the guards like keeping their eye on a lot of these people as they move through. And you actually do notice a catfolk moving through carrying a case. An oddly shaped case. But either way, the guards basically pin their eyes on him. He's a cheetah and doesn't seem to be too interested. Seems to be much bolder than a lot of the rest. Perhaps that's why the guards are staring. They don't try to intervene or anything like that, and you two pass each other without a problem. That's as you're entering into Imperial Square. So, You guys enter into the library, where it is significantly quieter inside. What are we going about researching?
I mean, I was trying to find, well, because I think Vic made some minor connections between some of the imagery of Malik and what he's been seeing, but nothing concrete. So, essentially going to start by trying to confirm that that is actually the case. And then from there, maybe trying to, you know, get some ideas of common activities or some historical activity in the city in particular.
Then go ahead and give me a knowledge of religion.
I'll actually assist you with that, because by now I've read through most of Desmond Roth's notes.
Okay. You'd also have gotten a bonus considering that you're able to walk up to the librarian and say, "Hey, where's the religious section?" So you begin looking into Malik, which is functionally the god of monsters and madness. However, it happens that that he also has dominion over nightmares, mutations, and outcasts, which is a nice little retinue to have. So, you do find that yes, that he generally has the spider as his symbol, and his holy animal. And as you begin looking into it, you're able to make connections related to beliefs, especially of those who follow a god like this. Often enough, they are favored by a lot of monstrous races, creatures that live in the dark and in caves, out in the wilds and mountains. Monstrous creatures, gorgons, harpies, troglodytes, things like that. But not necessarily not among the inheritor ancestries. Cults and whack jobs, more or less, also do flock to this individual, including, at least they believe, the warlock Haki, the man who gathered a shitload of believers, marched them into the north, and after doing a lot of ritualistic magic, caused the Great Scar, opening up a wound that spinned the connection between the material plane and hell.
No
like
shit.
literal hell.
That was them?
Yep.
Jesus.
You get a little bit of information related to that, how it sort of followed where the Mons used to run before it was shifted by the fall of Drakengard, and that it swallowed up part of a city named Karaman before moving on. Cults to Malik generally are about chaos and destruction. They're about killing people. They're about sowing discord and dissonance. And they are often favored by the disaffected. So, I'll let you reach your own conclusions.
Pretty hard not to see some connection with that area.
Mm-hmm.
It's dark to at least say the least. You also seem to realize that most of the cults end up dead one way or the other. Whether they're by the authorities, by opposing religions, the Sworn have gone on crusades against them in the past. The Chasers have done some work, but more in the way that a Valier Society agent would. Or to more or less their own hands. Cults to gods like these, like fascism, are almost usually suicide cults. They end up dead one way or another.
Okay, so at the very least, it sounds like the tenuous connection made in Ixed is kind of confirmed to an extent.
It's borne out, yep. So, while you're looking on this, Daxius does give you some assistance finding some useful titles that you think might contain information that relates to it, and you're right. You find mostly what you're looking for. Daxius, while he's reading through that, what are you researching?
At first, I'm kind of just helping out Vic, just because he needs my. I assume he needs my help, but I'm just kind of firing like synapses in my brain, just thinking on and off about different subjects as I'm like looking for books, and I just keep thinking. Drugs of society who have nothing left to lose. There are a lot of kobolds in this city. Hey, Vic. It might be nothing, but do you need if you don't need me right now, I'll be back in about 15-20 minutes, but I'm gonna run to the banner home and I just thought of something that I could get my followers doing.
Cool. I'm gonna be caught up in these tomes for a while.
All right. I'll be back, and I'm just gonna make my way to banner home real quick.
All right. It's relatively well. No, it's not a quick jaunt. It's like 10 minutes one way, even if you're moving it at a pretty, fast clip. But you arrive there. You find your people doing functionally nothing, which is So.
Yeah. Natari, Othis, and Atlas are there, so I'm just gonna say, hey, Natari, you were doing a lot of work today. You take another break for an hour and a half. Just do what you want. But if you have the spare time later tonight or tomorrow, whenever, maybe you can help out with this. Othis, Atlas, can you go down to? I want them to go down to the old docks and just kind of scout out like kobolds and beast folk and other like lesser races to see like. Just kind of keep tabs on what's going on down there with that crowd of people. See if it might be and if there's anything of interest to them to look into it. Not chase too hard and get back to me if there's like anything suspicious or anyone in particular.
The followers that you have here with you is Othis, Atlas, and Priona.
Priona I already sent off to look at stuff in Bridgefront. But
Right.
whenever they're done, whenever Priona comes back from that, I would like her to be doing that as well. But
Okay.
I trust Othis and Atlas. I mean, the one's a pyromaniac and the other's just a quiet stone person. So as long as Atlas doesn't burn anything down.
Give me a sense motive, as the two of them are like standing up to get moving. Othis is not happy. Like you're able to sense that almost implicitly. He's not the kind of individual to complain about it or say, well, much of anything at all.
Mm-hmm. I'll just put a hand on his shoulder and just like give him that look of like, I know there's something you're not telling me. Like we've done this before.
How does he communicate? How many
Probably
information
words.
related to how he communicates, whether it's by writing or sign language?
Play sign language.
He signs 2 words, which it takes a little while. I'm assuming that maybe your sign language isn't great, but that you've picked up enough over time to, or Atlas translates for you.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Maybe he does. He just looks, or Atlas looks to the hands moving, looks to you and says, lesser races.
Wait. You're not racist, are you? No. No, I know it's, is it like... Are they like uncomfortable being called lesser races, or I think I'm a bit confused.
I think that was the implication, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Even though technically you speak from experience.
Yeah, I know, Othis, I know. It's... I wish we lived in a world that they weren't, but we're It's the hand they were dealt. It's unfortunate.
They can't help how they were born.
He signs something else before kind of walking off without waiting for a response. Atlas, like, looks to it, watches him go, and says, what he said was, don't encourage them. See you later.
I'm just left alone to my own thoughts for a second, just... It's hard for them not to get in your head. And I'll walk back to the library.
All right. You arrive back. I'm sure Vic is still working on this by this point. He's probably getting closer. He might be in the whole cult of Hacky thing at this point. So, what are you looking into?
I have a few things. Which one's the most important?
I know you had a couple of bullet points.
Yeah. I guess to start, we found a star chart in the Temple of Vase, and I took a sketch of it before it disappeared. I want to use the maps and star charts from previous years and just scope through them and see if I can kind of pinpoint where that was, because it seemed like it was directing us to a location. Like, pretty much like Sokka in the last Avatar going through, like, all those fucking, like, yeah.
In that was down in the sand library, right, where the
Yeah.
owl was
Mm-hmm.
overlooking it.
Basically that.
You're able to consult a librarian related to star charts, and that is something indeed that information is kept on. And since you have a date, like, you don't even need to try and guess when it was, thanks to the lieutenant who was stationed at Innsbruck, which you as a character were not there for, but I believe there was also a date in the Burn Journal from Brother Marcus. So, you are able to consult a big, honestly relatively thin, but very big fucking book, and opening it up. I have shared a thing with you, guys, a journal. It's not long. Star chart depicted here can be cross-referenced with what was shown in the Temple's Undercroft. It appears to point to somewhere in the Wetterstrom Mountains, almost directly west of Lunabrook. The maps don't give an indication of what would be there beyond that. The ruling noble house, any nearby settlements, and the like would need to be researched separately. But you at least have a definitive location.
Okay, I'll share this with Vic as soon as I find it.
It won't take you too long. Considering you basically had most of the information, it was just lining up what you needed to know with what you had.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You get back to Vic, and you're probably reaching, like, destroyed, open up the Great Scar, horror, all that kind of shit.
Any luck on your end?
Well, suppose that my hunch may be a bit more fruitful than I expected. There definitely seems to be some linkage, as well as some interesting history behind that particular ideology.
Well, it all makes sense with the spiders and the wanton destruction they seem to want. Something Occam's razor. I did find something of interest, though. Do you remember that star chart from the Temple of Vase?
Yes.
It appears that it was, and I'll just put down what I found, around here, in the Wetterstrom Mountains. Didn't we have something that was leading us there? Some kind of lead? I'm trying to remember. But I thought I remembered there being something.
No one remembers.
There's so much.
Got a lot of moving things in my head right now.
Mm-hmm. No, of course.
Yeah, my brain is full of reading at the moment. Or rereading.
And if you guys don't remember, I don't either.
Fair.
My memory is that it was just this, as far as I know.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me. There was a it was the piece of paper that you copied out of the book
Yes.
from the trophy room, related to a scout's report on a very similar area.
Which one was that called? Fuck.
That
Letter
was
to yours
the-
from yours
that's-
truly.
Yeah, letters from yours truly.
Oh yes, this was the someone was trying to get to these mountains as well, if I remember correctly. And they were trying to go through one of the forests to do so. Perhaps this might be where the Ark is located. Or at least the next stop in finding it.
It's hard to say with many moving parts. So, if we can make it run that direction, we might want to try to investigate as much as possible.
Well, I'll look into more finer details about the area, see if we can make it narrow it down. But
You can.
when I'm
I will bring this up because it is in the letter. It does give you the name of the noble house. Third paragraph.
Oh yes, sorry. You mean the old letter, the older letter?
The letter from yours truly.
Yes. Third paragraph. Torwalker?
Torvacher.
Torvacher. Yes. Apparently he's in Lunabrook at the Push Daisies.
No, I guess that's one thing I think people keep.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Push Daisy
You
is the
did
public
mention it
house
before.
there. Yeah. The way it was written was kind of shorthand, so yeah.
Like in the mountains?
Wherever this was, yes.
Okay, so well, the only thing I see on the map that's in the mountains is Castle Stromdrang. I'm
Stromdrang,
probably
yes.
butchering
That is related to something else that's here, but it's local. Actually, give me a knowledge local, since you would have.
I can
some
absolutely
amount of
do
knowledge.
that. Big man, no Emmys?
You at least are familiar with the name, and for some reason you remember tying to the Hell Knight Order of the Barbed Rose.
Oh, of course. I gotta write all this down before I forget.
Mundrang, yeah.
The Hell Knights, mostly, are active there. Some... Fucking hate Hell Knights.
Yes, I've heard they're somewhat abrasive.
Somewhat. Oh, man. I've had the displeasure of talking with a few, and, well, it was less talking and more preaching. And not exactly the nice kind. Well,
Never met them myself, but
you wouldn't want to. But, I'll look into, this a little more and a few other things. And I'll get back to you and, inform, I'll have to inform Fernix about these developments when I'm done here as well.
Okay. Are you personally doing any other research tonight? I know you had a few other options, but I'm not assuming that you're going to do it now.
I guess just looking more into what I found at the Star Chart, like, other places that might be in Wetterstrom, the ruling noble house, nearby settlements, stuff like that.
Okay.
I guess I'll start with other local settlements.
Give me a knowledge. Seems kind of weird. Would this fall under geography?
Maybe. I do have that.
Yeah, give me that.
I'm gonna make my no Emmys. Come on.
You don't really find much of anything. The information around the area is pretty scarce. You do learn that it's pretty heavily forested, that it's not super well developed. But one interesting piece that you do get is that it has been continuously owned by the same noble house, pretty much as far as records you can find go back. You don't find any information related to that, or, say, any local settlements. In fact, a lot of the maps that you find seem pretty barren.
I might have to look deeper in the library another time or elsewhere. Perhaps some other place of learning that might have more information, but I'll leave that alone for now. I guess knowledge nobility would be the next one?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna take 10 for that.
Okay. You obviously know where the noble's manor is. That's the one that's here in Luna Brook. That's the one that's over by the keep the Madianan Keep.
Right.
You don't find a huge amount about them. They're not a super seemingly important house. The title is like it's just Lord. Like they're not a baron, a count, a duke. They're not anything like that. You also don't find anything as attaching them to, say, any positions at court, or really any kind of movements or maneuvers. Fair enough that this is a city that has been pretty stable for the past couple hundred years. There has been some political infighting, backbiting, court politics kind of thing. And there has been disasters that have faced it, including this is actually the farthest south that Rakshar, was able to reach with his undead army, laying siege to the city, but unsuccessfully penetrating the walls. It's interesting that, like, the records exist, taxes are coming in, and that's about it. It's almost like they don't fucking exist.
That's worrying.
You're a ghost.
I would like, at some point, Vic, to, if we have the time, we have other business to take care of with the drug and all that, but when we have the time, I would like to see if we can get a meeting or some kind with whoever might be staying at the noble house, the manor. Although, I'm not sure how likely that is, considering they mostly keep to themselves.
Certainly wouldn't be a bad idea.
Alright. I would like to research more, but I should probably get this to Phoenix. Is there anything you need help with, or are you good here?
No, I think I'm fine at the moment. Just be reading for a bit.
Alright. Well, I'll leave you to your devices then.
Alright. You leave Vic where he is, making your way back through the part of the city to the Library of Thought. I'm assuming that by about this time, Phoenix, is when you're finishing up your connections related to the spider venom and other drugs that are consumed or derived from materials that come out of a Asori or other more exotic locales.
Okay. Oh, hi. Yes?
Hello, I have some fascinating new developments for you that I think you'd be very interested in. Word vomit, I tell you everything.
Oh. Wow. Well, that's a lot. Does sound like time well spent, at any rate.
I hope so, but I'm not done. I hope in the next time I have time, I can get more information for you.
Yes, well, it's probably about time that we should be getting some amount of rest anyway.
I don't know. I was thinking maybe we could, or at least I would, if no one else, keep an eye on the night market once night falls. Considering it is, well, the night market.
Well, Edher doesn't sleep, so he could just wake me up if anything happens.
That's fair, but I think I'd like to be nearby just in case anything happens.
Fair.
If you
Right.
don't mind, do you have like some like, travel container for coffee?
The water skins usually.
Perfect.
I pull out the spare. I'm like, this one's 2 days old, so not the
It'll
best,
work.
but not stale.
I'll survive.
Hmm.
Yeah. That away. Otherwise, I did have some other things that I would like to talk to you about regarding Desmond Rath's notes. I would like to go over this with everyone, but specifically you, because
Mhm.
and I'll put down just the book on the table and just go through it with you. There's mention of a portal that was
Yes.
opened.
a- Giant hand coming out of it.
Yes, precisely. It didn't seem normal, not like a giant's hand or anything. The giant hands aren't known for their slashing capabilities, and this one apparently cut up Desmond.
Hmm. Well, it could have been to anywhere, but I have a feeling we've seen things that are like that, just not that exactly from that same place.
I just can't help but bring parallels to the fucked up portal we found in Salzbon.
Right. Well, it does seem similar enough, at least. The stone being disrupted would have closed the portal and just... Well, I suppose this closes a few gaps, including how Bruno ended up getting his start with magic.
Mm-hmm. Huh.
So, it's good to at least have some closure on this issue.
Indeed. However, I was wondering, I can't help but think. I was thinking of perhaps at some point visiting one of the more magical institutions that are around that I cannot look at because the city of Lillibrook is in a current infinite load for me.
Right.
But
I was going to ask, had I heard anything about any of those? Did they have reputations or?
Oh yes. Obviously, the Catabaxi College of Magic is not premier. Like the one in Innsbruck is technically of a similar size, but they are known to be pretty talented diviners and conjurers that come out of there. The other being the apprentices who are taken on at the Madion Keep, and only the best of the best are even allowed inside.
Mhm.
do you consider yourself the best, Phoenix?
I might not have what they're looking for.
Well, it couldn't
I'm
hurt.
more
If
concerned
anyone
with,
has a chance of going in there, it's you.
I appreciate the vote of confidence, but I've really gotten a lot more attached to research than book learning, as it were. And believe it or not, wizard colleges tend to be very elitist. At least the ones in Allenburg were.
Yeah. I've heard all about it from Atlas.
Right. They don't consider our magic to be the same branch or something or other.
Stuck up assholes, if you ask me.
Make their excuses. I suppose there are some technical differences, but what was it the first one? The one that I fail to pronounce every time, but that one with the yeah, their library seems like it'd probably be the best.
Mm-hmm.
I'm feeling particularly tired today. It's
You
It's
need
been a long
some
one.
coffee?
I probably did. I knew there was a reason I was carting around that 2-day-old so-called brew.
Yeah, here, I'll just hand back over some of my coffee.
Thanks. Just takes it and takes out a mug and fills it up to like the brim, then drinks about half of it. Good. That should get me ready for bed.
I don't understand people like you who could just drink coffee before bed.
Wait, let me check my heart rate. Okay. Oh, good. That's up to the normal level now.
Yes. Oh, yes, it's fucking beating 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Nighttime heart attack, yeah!
Yeah, the Catabraxi College of Magic. They're That's right. I had mentally circled them on a map of the city in my mind, but unfortunately the text in my mind is very small, so it's hard for me to make it out at first.
I get you. It's sometimes the text in my brain is just like in cursive or like in a weird font. It's odd.
I could only zoom in mentally so fast. But yes, they're right across the river on Highland Terrace. We were kind of close to them before, actually.
Well, I was hoping at some point, if all of us, if not, at least you and I, should take a visit, because I would like a second opinion about these notes, Desmond Rath's notes, as well as the experiences we've gone and experienced. Specifically, I'm wondering... My brain can't help but think this is a terrible idea. But
Right.
my brain also thinks this could be a good idea that could give us some answers. If someone was to go, if we were to get someone from the Valier Society, or someone we trusted, to visit where this keep was, that sunk into the ground, perhaps delve into the old elven ruins, and perhaps find whatever crystals these were that they used to focus these energies, if we were able to replicate it at the Salzbahn portal, it could give us some answers, but it could also backfire on us. Because I'm not sure what our enemies want. I don't know if they want these portals open. I don't know if these portals being open are causing something like the blending of reality or whatever, what have you. But it could, having a stable gateway to the other side that we could cross through could.
It is making one particular assumption, which is that we can even survive in such a place.
Well, this is all just on theory and on paper, but it could be something that perhaps people in other chapter houses might be able to look into while we're doing our own business.
We do at least have one hypothesis that we could prove with what you're saying, which is to say that we've seen two different interactions involving these gateways to seemingly other realities or nowhere, kind of. But we haven't conclusively proven that that's always the case. And let's see. I think the cat's got my tongue.
Take your time.
There's something to be said about what method would be used to do such a thing, and figuring out what that is, or if it even functions by the normal rules of magic that we understand.
That is a good point.
So, provided it doesn't tear the whole damn world apart, maybe opening one of these portals wouldn't be such a bad thing after all.
At the very least, even if we don't open the portal, getting someone to delve into these old elven ruins and finding these crystals and at least identifying what they are, that at least could help us. In
Right.
some minor way, at least.
Just be sure to smash them if a big scary arm comes for you.
Mm-hmm. Well, hopefully, I'm hoping that these gems don't have some auto repair enchantment, which they're ancient. They fucking might. I don't know, but
Oh. Right, I hadn't even considered that.
now that I've said it out loud, that's a terrifying thought. Either way, I think at least someone delving into where Desmond Rath was, getting an excavation team, maybe perhaps Jean-Luc can get some people he trusts and look into it.
Well, as long as it's safe, I don't see the harm.
All right. I can probably, well, one of us, whoever's, well, someone can probably write a letter and ask.
I could get Etor on it. He's been practicing his letters.
Ah.
Get Lugo to do it.
I know leading pens sometimes.
Sometimes.
Is Lugo literate?
Good quill.
We've been trying to teach him.
You don't know. I don't think that's actually ever came up.
No, we were trying
Can
to
you
teach
read,
him.
my son?
Well, I mean,
He's
Garugamesh
got to
handed him.
be.
Garugamesh handed him a few things with writing on them.
Yeah,
Did he
Lugo
ever
is,
note?
He is at bare minimum. He is semi-literate. You have learned that he has probably been a sailor most of his life, so he knows enough to get by.
All right. Well, if I think that's more or less what I wanted to cover with you, but I think at least getting a second opinion from one of these magical institutions would be good at some point, but one thing at a time.
Well, it might be good to have, well, I suppose more independent data. If you're looking for a general opinion, I don't know how helpful they'd be, but they do have some specialists who are pretty renowned. Particularly diviners and conjurers and that sort of thing.
Those would both be useful, especially conjurers. They might have more insight to how this would work.
If we do have a stable portal, we might be able to have a diviner look further on the other side than I'm able to reach.
Into this plane?
Right. Well, there's a lot of possibilities. I'm assuming that this is a plane as we understand it with space and all of that.
It's the only way I know to
I'm
refer to
hoping.
it as.
If it doesn't, there's a lot more other questions that we might have to figure out first.
Yeah. Fuck.
Certainly, it feels dangerous enough. I know some things can just, damage you by proximity, so. Sort of assuming the worst.
Terrifying to think about. Well,
But,
getting a diviner to possibly possibly locate where this plane or what have you might be, if we can find it. But otherwise, I think that's about it. I have some other things I need to research based on these notes. There's a wizard identity that used to live at this old keep that, if I can dig that up, would help. But otherwise, do you need me for any research here?
nothing comes to mind now. I was just trying to see if I could figure out what the source of the drug is, and there's a spider that seems like it's got venom that has related properties. It might have to be a best fit sort of scenario.
Well, to be honest, I doubt we'll find anything concrete written in books. This is rather... Well, it might give us more helpful... Definitely some leads, but I don't think we're going to find the exact drug we're looking for.
Right.
But if you do, and you prove me wrong, I'll owe you a drink or two.
It might be on some page somewhere, but beats me.
We can only hope. I guess otherwise, if I'm not needed here, I'm gonna go help out my followers. They might need it.
Sure.
At least until the
Just,
sun
stay
sets.
safe.
I'll come back here a little, like 30 minutes after the sun sets.
All right. Well, I'll be here. I feel as though I'm about winded for today, but I think I'll probably just page through a few more things, see if anything pokes its head out.
Well, don't work yourself to death.
I'm gonna try not to.
And I'll just give Phoenix like a firm pat on the shoulder. And
Yep.
make my way out. And as I do, I'll just like step out, like just take a big, like go to the side, take a big swig of coffee, like don't work yourself to death. I should fucking tell myself that, and I'll fucking run off and find my followers.
Okay. You asked them, your followers, not to necessarily get like involved, to see if what happens, but not necessarily follow.
Yeah.
I suppose.
Yeah, Atlas and Othis are not exactly like the roguish type. So,
They're not subtle, no.
yeah, I'm more or less just keeping an eye and just seeing if anything stands out, like scouting.
Okay.
And
Give me a d20 for the both of them.
if I'll say, yeah.
All right.
I should have specified who is who.
Probably would have been a decent idea.
You know what? On a 1, the first one is Atlas. On a 2, the first one is Othis. It's Othis. It's got an 8.
Okay. Okay. So. Vic, I believe, would still be working. Rugamesh, I believe bare minimum you would just be getting back to the library. So I'm gonna say that Daxius is going out as you're about to be going in.
Dex, where are you up to?
Oh, hey, where have you been? I've just checking out my followers, making sure they're not getting into trouble.
Yeah, well, I don't think your followers will be getting into nearly as much trouble as I have today.
What did you do?
I got beat up by the police.
Other than that,
Nothing.
it's just like, it's just the way you worded that was.
Are you gonna say the Among Us word, or are you gonna say it's sus?
It is a bit sus, but I won't pry. Are you all right?
I'm fine. Better than fine. Elated, in fact.
I'll give him an up and down. How bloody are you still? Like how hurt are you?
The P's still not clear yet, but I'm figuring that'll happen in a day or so.
I'll give you another cure light wounds.
Thank you.
Gotta look out for each other.
That was a good roll.
Yeah. it was.
Yeah.
I'm about a half health now.
Did you add the 13 I gave you before as well? Last session?
I think I don't know. I didn't realize that I'd taken damage last time,
Yeah,
and
you did.
when
I added the 35 that Birch gave you.
yeah, I noticed that. So when I got into Foundry, I noticed that my health had been corrected.
Hmm,
So
okay.
I'll add the 13 from last time. So that brings me up to 70.
Perfect.
I assumed that I didn't finish healing him because he just walked away, being like, I'm not going to acknowledge that I'm injured, despite, being nearly dead.
Of course.
You know, I coughed up a blood clot in the shape of Princess today. Really, really made me miss her. I thought maybe you could keep it, and mail it to her, and I reach out my hand for Daxius. Can't you see the resemblance?
You know, weirdly, I do. Thanks. That's really sweet, and I'll just subtly just pretend to put it in my pocket and just drop it behind me.
I clasp Daxius. People say I'm not a sentimental guy.
Yeah, well, we all have spots. I need to
Were
watch
you
my hands.
were you headed to the night market?
Not right away. I was gonna go there after the night fell. I could actually, You've actually been getting a lot better at being quiet, so, I could actually use your help if, you wanted to help me scout it out during the night. But I won't force you to. Ator's already watching it. You don't need to go if you have other things to
Oh.
do.
I thought maybe it was going to be a good old-fashioned stakeout.
Oh, you're well. The offer's open. I'm gonna go there anyway. It's just to be an extra pair of eyes.
Yeah, I'll go. I've got my portable jewelry thing, so at the very least I can work on it and keep watch.
Well, as long as your crafting isn't too noisy.
No, kind of like getting your teeth cleaned.
Fair enough. I'm interested in the process of that, so maybe I'll learn something in the meanwhile. But I do. If unless that's just something else you need, I do gotta go check on my followers. I trust them to the extent that there's a chance they could be in trouble, and you never know.
Just I'll head over to the area of the night market. Just find me.
I will indeed.
Okay. Just for knowledge, where are you going to be setting up once you're there? Gilgamesh.
Okay.
Once I'm there, let's see. I guess I should. Sorry, the night market is in Old Lunabrook, right?
Yes. It's against the wall. Near where Ator is. South.
South.
Back towards the bridge front. See where the icon of Ator is?
I do not.
Do you see where your guys' icons are?
Yeah.
Down right.
Oh, I see. I guess I'm gonna tell Daxius to meet me outside, or meet me at Warwick Phrenology. What is that?
Work phrenology.
Yeah.
You can look up phrenology all on your own.
I will
Alright.
say, definitely don't go there as Gilgamesh if you're
Oh,
gonna scout
no.
it out.
Phrenology definition.
Is your
Oh,
head
is it
shaved?
like a?
Because they like
Is it
that.
like a Yeah, what is it? It's a eugenics place. Crap.
Well, it's more like a giving you information about yourself based on pseudoscience.
So yeah, eugenics. Is Truth and Light a bar?
Okay.
I tried to
It
look it
is
up, and I
a-
found phenology, which is the study of biological life cycles. I don't think that's it.
It is not. You find that it basically, it almost seems like a mixture between a flop house and a homeless shelter. Except,
Oh.
you know
What
those
is-
kinds of places where they give help, but they want you to pass pamphlets out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the MDM Angel? Is that what that says?
Man of Angela's. She's another, I believe, a diviner.
I'm looking for a bar. What's the nearest bar to the night
There's
market?
probably like a shitty little ale house that's like in that area. Some place that I feel like you probably wouldn't patronize otherwise.
I'm gonna tell Daxius to meet me at the ale house that's really shitty and next to the night market.
I'm
And
quite familiar with it.
I'll be in my human disguise, which is just a bald human who's a foot taller than Gilgamesh is.
You know?
And he's gonna be disheveled and kind of poor looking.
Like most everyone else down there.
That's the idea.
Okay. So you go that way. Daxius, you're going to check on your followers. Fernix, you and Sven, I'm assuming, are still remaining at the Library of Thought.
Yeah.
Vic, you're probably by this point either finishing up what you can find with this. Where you go after that is up to you. He's dead. Long live the heavy. And
He's dead.
all right. So he'll be back eventually, I'm sure. Daxius, you head across the city. It's already getting pretty late. You're thinking like sundown's probably going to be in about half an hour by when you leave Library of Thought.
Mm-hmm.
You reach the other side of the docks, like maybe about 15 minutes later at the most. The streets are a bit emptier now that most of the commercial areas are closed. People are reaching home if they're going that way around here. A lot of the ships that are plying their trade along the river seem to be laying themselves up as well. It's busier. On this side, you go past the Demon's Den, or excuse me, the Demon's Dive, where you can hear the sounds of music playing within. It seems that they're probably in the middle of their show for the evening. And I'm gonna say you do like kind of a loop around the edge of the old docks. There's not a huge amount of area where like you think your followers could really pay attention but not seem to stand out.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when you don't necessarily find them, you end up in the Salted Sea Dog, which is it's a pub. It's a public house. Kind of a shittier. It's rowdier. There's music being played on fiddle, flute. It is a clientele primarily of sailors, oyster shuckers, and people who run the little stalls along the riverfront here. You find the both of them sitting within. Othis seeming kind of disappointed. Atlas in thought. I suppose I'd say in thought.
I'll say at this point that I've gone into like a different disguise or something. We'll say. I'll sit down. I'll just like cast message to them, just like not making like direct conversation with them from across the room, just like any progress. And I'll say to Atlas first. He seems deep in thought.
Most of the non-accepted races around here seem to be pretty thick as thieves, and they play with their cards pretty close to their chest.
Not surprising.
I have noticed that most of the bird-scaled winged people keep to themselves. They do a decent amount of work around here, thinking dirty work, or scraping barnacles off the side of ship's keels, or harder work. Did notice some people talking, dragonborns speaking with one another, kobolds amongst them. Probably the only time I noticed somebody, or like an actual, group. And I saw them pass somebody to another one, like a paper, like a, I don't know, like a flyer, like that shit. Remember when we came into the city and they were just pushing shit in other people's hands?
Yeah, like that fucking clown show that they were trying to advertise. Whatever the fuck it was.
That. But
Was
the
it the
way they
same
kind of
thing?
acted, I didn't see it. But the way they acted made me think that they didn't want people to see it.
How long ago was this?
Maybe about 15 minutes, 20 minutes. He kind of
Could you
just
point them
cocked
out
his
if you saw
head.
them again?
Yeah, I think so.
Alright.
Red Scale Dragonborns kind of stand out.
Ah.
Othis and I tried to follow them, but they scattered, man.
They're much more familiar with this side of town than we are, especially since we're more used to Bridgefront.
Yeah. I'm thinking so.
Hmm.
I don't know. Something stinks, but, like, I don't know for sure.
No,
Yeah, I
this
heard a
this
cat
is
hit
very
the door.
good. This is very helpful. Thank you, Atlas.
Yeah, well, I think it's about all we're gonna get. At least the booze here is pretty cheap and not terrible for what it is.
Surprising, considering it's, well, for sailors.
Yeah, even they have to have some kind of, like, pleasure. Not as fun as other things, but hey. That's just like my opinion, man.
Atlas, you did a good job today.
Hmm.
I'll get you some fireworks later.
That's what I like to hear.
I'll then message Othis. It's like, you find anything yourself?
His response, I'm assuming he does talk psychically.
Yeah, but it's like, I imagine it's like very brief, like
Mhm.
1 or 2 word things.
Nothing much.
Hmm. Well,
A lot of surreptitious glances. They
Not
don't stand near
surprising.
the guards. Saw the guards beating up a couple of them too.
it just visibly just tense up when I hear that. Yeah, not surprising. Fuck, I hate this fucking city. I know you hate cities in general.
Why stay? They're gonna be shaken down by the guards. Why stay?
Dangerous on the roads to travel alone and nowhere else to go. But, perhaps there is a deeper reason. This is still very helpful, Othis. Thank you.
He crosses his alarms, kind of glances towards Atlas, and the last message you get from his is, burn it all down.
I would love to. I'll stand up and just send a message to both of them. It's good enough for today. You can head back.
They give, you know, an assent, and they're slowly standing up, making their way out. You
And,
stay there, or
as they, like, exit, I'll palm them, like, I'll palm one of them, like, a coin purse that has some gold in it. There it is.
okay.
And just, for a job well done, and then after a few minutes, I'll sit and, how much time until the sun sets?
You maybe got about 15 minutes before it truly crosses the horizon.
So I got 45-ish minutes. I'm going to look around for a red dragonborn.
Okay. Give me. Does that fall under what? Knowledge local?
I mean, if you let me, that usually takes an
Opinions?
hour to do, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. Is this something just a repeated perception check or survival?
I mean, I might be a little later to meet up with everyone else, but I'll take a knowledge local. Because that's much higher than my perception.
Sure, if you want to stay, you know, separated from them longer, that's fine. Give it to me.
Do I take 10? Fuck it, big mind no whammies. There
Go
we
for
go.
it.
Alright. We'll come back to you.
Okay.
Vic, I'm assuming work.
Basically done. It's like I might need to type something out real quick, but nothing that's gonna distract from me going into the future. So
Okay.
good to go from here.
Do you do any other research in the library about any topics?
I think that was the main stuff. I would like to imagine that Vic is sitting back in the chair comatose thinking about gift cards for some reason for like an hour or two. Just to, just to metagame a little bit. But
Anger rising, urge to kill.
it's like I can just the hammer is just set in front of him, just like desperately wanting to smash his own brain in. But yeah, I think that was the
kind
bulk of it.
coldly watches you, and he's like, "Not in public, man."
Yeah. Anyway, I think if I was gonna look at anything else, I might spend a few minutes to see if there was any sort of, I don't think there is, but any sort of like scientific precedent for this type of drug to be found, either historically or just culturally. I wouldn't think there would be because this seems to be a pretty new and unique type of thing, but I might, break open a couple books just to look, skim.
Which angle are you going about? You said historical precedent?
So either scientifically is in like this is the sort of chemical compound, or like scientific method that this sort of effects would come from, or historically, like is there any mention of a similar type of either drug problem or plague or something of that sort mentioned where, dreams are leaking into reality, basically.
I'm gonna go with, even if you roll pretty well, you're probably not gonna come with anything. That's a rather unique kind of experience.
It's, yeah, I wasn't really expecting much out of that.
Yeah.
In that case, yeah.
Because even in your research on Malik and on Haki and a lot of other cults, you notice a lot of their relation seems to be about deals, devils, demons, extraplanar beings, whether it's the expansion of power. Expanding a dream world seems rather odd a choice, I suppose. Like,
So this research wouldn't necessarily be just with regards to like Malik and that sort of research. This was just like history of drug use and drugs.
Oh.
Like,
yeah, go ahead. Give me a knowledge history.
sure. I think I did finally put a point or two in there. Yeah. Not exactly a class
Dang.
skill, but I'll take it.
So
No, it is.
It's pretty easy to find like things that are more recently. You notice a lot of them, generally speaking, follow a certain pattern: destruction, devastation, war, death. It was very common for certain painkillers and downers to grow in popularity, especially after the end of the Devronian Civil War. That gripped regions for a while, where a lot of veterans, it was very common to find them fucking, tweaked. And there were no small amount of things that kind of approached what happened to the U.S. after World War One, like draft riots, where it's, you owe us money, we are suffering right now. It also seems to follow in the wake of Army and Devastation, where it's like, I want to say like plants that you're like, yeah, aren't those used for like relatively common like medical procedures? And it's like, yeah, well, use them in enough of a concentrate and they can make you see things. Nothing rises to like related to the dreams or anything like that, and none of them seem to follow that pattern. This doesn't really fit that pattern. Yeah, there's definitely some not great things going on, but there hasn't been a war that's gripped the Principality or the Empire not in a long time. Well, there have been some inner Principality feuds and things like that, but nothing like the War of Red Banners or the Devronian Civil War. However, at least it is following a pattern of suffering. Most of the people and the area that it is affecting seem to be on the destitute side, abject poverty.
Okay. So if anything, this situation is unique in that it isn't necessarily like uh, drug use pandemics as the historical pattern might
Yeah.
suggest.
It doesn't seem to fit anything. There's no obvious, like, driving cause.
So, in other words, there's an outside force influencing the situation, which we kind of
Sure
already
seems
suggested,
like it.
or suspected. Okay, well, I mean, it makes sense given the context that we have. But yeah, I don't know where everybody else is, but probably head back to wherever the group is after.
Alright. So you go back. Daxius is, at this point, is probably speaking with his followers as you reach back, and would be departing the Salty Sea Dog in order to meet up with Rugamesh. Rugamesh, I don't believe ever re-entered the Library of Thought, so they have no fucking idea. Like, the people inside there have no fucking idea where you are.
No.
So, Vic, you get back. You find Amelia speaking with Fernix, Sven at the bar, drinking, but it seems to be just distracted rather than... You're not sure what's going on there. Yeah. Sven, give me a will.
Okay. Hold on, I gotta pull up my character sheet because I closed it. Because for some reason my brain thinks, ooh,
Just press
a
C.
tab is open. Oh, I forgot about that.
Okay. You get that pang, that need, that something is
Yeah.
hungry, and it wants to be fed.
Yeah.
Like a cat.
Pocket Cat's like just, just pawing at your side.
That's funny.
So, Vic, you enter. The only people you see are those three. Yeah.
Well, seems that my hunch was not as far off as I might have initially thought. Definitely seems to be some linkage in both the iconography and the methods between that Malik character and, well, the situation at hand.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me, Melia responds to you. I don't know why anybody bothers turning to someone like that. Those gods never really show any kind of loyalty. Loyalty goes one way.
Desperation.
Maybe. Considering the neighborhood, I wouldn't be shocked. Almost like a failing of society or something like that. But you ask that and they call you a communist.
Did the word communist exist?
No. You give the poor bread and they call you a sane. You ask them why they don't have any bread and they call you a communist. Either way, yeah, I wouldn't be shocked.
Unfortunately, the information didn't help with picking a direction, I suppose. He's Natari here. She mentioned something about someone paying them off for a location.
And Atari went to drink, whether that was here or Bannerhome.
Bannerhome.
Yeah.
She walked like a mile, like several miles across the city to drink, even though she was in a bar.
Far away from all of you.
That makes sense.
She was probably feeling so bad about, hanging out with all of us.
Well, Phoenix, did you get enough information from Itor or Natari to be able to pick the kid out in the crowd?
I think we should be able to find him. After all, if he's trying to sell information, it's not as though there's a lot of people buying.
True.
It is late though, so
Yeah.
Wouldn't want him to feel untoward if we're going to get information.
Has been an eventful day. If the rest of you feel it might be best to call it a night.
Hmm. I was thinking the same thing. I started to feel my my words start to not come to me as easily. It's like I've read so much that it's starting to bleed over into what I might say.
And nice to have a few days of break without all the reading.
Oh, true. I read for fun though, so I admit I kind of spoiled that. Oh, I was drinking enough. I noticed I missed a few passages a couple of times. Had to go back, and you know how it goes.
Yes, I've done that a few times myself.
The
But,
one thing I. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, it's nothing important. No. What were you saying?
Well, I did realize that the cult might be using a specific type of venom to make this drug, if we're correct in that assumption. So, managed to find some information on that. It thrives in dark, warm, and damp places. So, certainly seems like there's one of those in particular that's all around the city.
There's a lot of water.
A lot of entrances to the sewers as well.
Mm-hmm.
You want to brave it.
It does make me think the fountain had been corrupted or poisoned or something.
I remember they blamed a lot of the deaths on bad water. Turned off some of the wells as a result.
Right.
They never bothered turning them back on. But then again, I'm only learning it from you guys that they even acknowledged that, hey, maybe these aren't just, random deaths, people showing up to shoot up half to death in the middle of the street.
Mm-hmm. Someone just got hungry on the way to work, was like, sorry, man.
Yeah.
I didn't have my bagel this morning, so gotta have something.
My
You'll
guess
do.
is underground. How
Yes,
far?
it
Don't know.
was my thought as well.
Right. Although, yes, does bring a bit to mind. I know Daxius is still looking into some leads, but
Him and the short one, they screwed off a while ago. Haven't been back.
was going to see about possibly following up on something else tonight, but I suppose it can always wait.
Do you still have Ator at the night market?
I think so.
Okay, so I think Ator would have seen. Well, no, I guess because Gilgamesh would be wearing a disguise, so and Ator wouldn't know what that is. So
Right.
no, oh well.
Did Gilgamesh mention where he was going?
I told Daxius.
Well,
Yeah, I didn't tell anyone.
Yeah, he didn't tell
Yeah,
anybody
Dex.
else. I don't know. He just kind of squirreled away when you guys were talking. I don't know.
I am concerned. And I think we all should be. But perhaps it's best not to worry about that right now. He's an adult, and I'm sure he can find his way back. They're too much of an issue.
Hopefully. If not, then wake me up and we'll figure something out.
Yes. Suppose worst case scenario, we'll see him in the news tomorrow.
Oh, hell.
Oh no.
Well, let's hope it doesn't come to pass. I mean, we don't need any more Any more infamy?
I love
as
that
it
that
were.
works on 2 levels.
Yeah. Well, you guys are leaving. I'm probably gonna go back to the temple myself. I don't think I'm really gonna get much else out of these people tonight. Not that I've been really successful with that kind of thing, anyways. But if you need anything, you know where to find me. Might end up picking up my heels at Fiddler's Green. They usually have a pretty good show on every night.
Right. Well, I guess we'll look you up there if needed, and hope it's an enjoyable one.
We'll see. She kind of gets to her feet, like her armor kind of clanging around her, and she just points to Vic, points to Fernix, points to Sven, even though he's not paying attention, and says, "I will see all of you later." There'll be a stranger, and she passes by and she like nails you on the shoulder, Vic. Probably only the fact that she's wearing gauntlets giving any real force. She's not the biggest individual.
Well, suppose we can meet up here in the morning. Or afternoon, or whenever we all wake up.
I'll be here.
Well,
Back.
I guess let's not rush anyone too much, but yeah,
Oh,
try not to sleep in all day.
out of character, I did remember another thing I wanted to look up. This doesn't necessarily need like a research session. I did want to see if I could find some like historical maps of Bridgefront, because there were a few places we were trying to look at, like the like old temples of Sojourn and other stuff, such stuff. Just historical maps of the area, basically.
Okay, then give me a knowledge history.
Sure.
Might be a little help from the librarian, but that is kind of specific. Yeah, you were able to find like some information related to like census data. Some of them do have like a map of the city drawn, and you can definitely tell like within the last 400 years the city has grown pretty much. You don't find any additional temples that are listed, but what you do notice is that there are a decent amount of like names in the neighborhood, which is now Bridgefront, like noble families. You haven't passed like any houses that you think would belong to any aristocrat in this neighborhood.
I suppose the takeaway from that is that Bridgefront used to be a lot nicer.
It definitely wasn't the slum that it is now.
Okay. Do any of the names jump out at me, or are they just...
They're just names. Arcona does, but then you realize it's the name of a street.
Okay, and nothing to indicate. I mean, I suppose I could do more research on some of the names to see if any of them had like ties with the Church of Sojourn, but that would probably take a lot more time.
Yeah, something as specific as that, especially if the nobles perhaps don't exist anymore, like the houses have been dissolved.
Might ask around at the society at Bannerhome. See if they got anybody who knows how to magically locate objects.
Yep, definitely a possibility.
Unless, Fernix or Sven can do that, because I think there's like a locate object spell around here somewhere.
Yeah.
There is.
It's got a range. I think it's like a few minutes. Maybe it's 10 minutes a level. If it was 10 minutes a level, Might have
Yeah.
something there.
Technically, I could learn that spell. I
Hmm.
could.
I think
Okay.
it's is it third level?
Depends on the class, but it's like third for divines and second for arcane casters
Oh, okay.
in general.
Well, could still extend it. Still have one of them extendos for the day.
Okay.
Well,
So,
But, you know,
if there's no other takers, I'd like to. Do you want to go now?
suppose might ask around a bit for anyone who's got some history with locating objects. See if we can find some of the things listed by the sellers.
okay.
Oh, that's right. Well, the more specific, the better, I suppose. Then.
Symbol of Desna would certainly be, but Desna, Sojourn would certainly be starting point. Yeah, I know. Wrong setting. But suppose that's an issue for tomorrow, and I don't know that we'll be able to get much else done the rest of the day.
Yes, it is getting a bit dark, so figured may as well turn in at some point tonight.
Yes. No, I'll head back, but if you all have business to attend to here, great. I'm not afraid of the dark.
Good. I would be shocked if that was the case.
No.
All right. So, you depart. I'm assuming going back to Bannerhome.
Yep.
Fernix and Sven, what are you doing?
I don't know if there's anything for Sven to do.
I'm like, do I make a scroll? There was that one thing. I do have the spell slot open.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything for Sven to do right now, so I pass.
Do you go anywhere, or do you just stay here?
I think I'm just staying here, maybe gathering information, but I think Sven's not in a great mood.
Fernix, do
For
you at least
multiple
go
reasons.
somewhere else, or are you staying put
It's-
as well?
I kind of go over to Sven and I'm like, it wasn't good whatever happened with the Lunar Guard, was it?
Gilgamesh runs his mouth a lot, and I think this is the first time that someone was able to give him his comeuppance. It's rare that he says something good. It wasn't too egregious, but he should know better than to insult guards inside their own police office
Right.
and such.
Does follow the saying of common sense is not exactly common. And they were good with you?
Well, yes. He was. If I'm being honest, I would say that he's a person who was very critical of other races. Not a very pleasant person, but I suppose that I made some kind of friendship, though I suppose it's probably a very. What's the word? When somebody looks down on you?
Ah, yes. One of them.
Sven had
Hey,
fond
what's
enough
that?
feelings for him to stand by him while Karugamesh got beat.
It's the nicest way you can say that somebody looks down on you but is somewhat friendly.
Hmm.
Stand by your man.
Well, at least you were able to get out of it unscathed.
Yes, I suppose. We did tell you everything that we learned of there, yes?
I believe so. I know it's only been a couple of hours, but I feel as though I've read enough about this specific spider to last a lifetime. You okay, Bucko? Yeah, she's fine. I don't want you to go up on the desk, because you can't grab the desk. It's plastic.
Okay.
Well, I was going to mention the specifics of that ritual that you asked me to look into before.
Oh,
I made some progress on that, and I believe I should be able to conduct the rite. And I did take the liberty of getting the specified offerings that were listed, so I hoped that they'd be sufficient.
please tell me about it. I'm actually surprised that you were able to do this so quickly. No offense.
Well, it's I just sort of scooch over and grab the backpack and start taking out some stuffs. I don't know exactly what these offerings are out of game, so it'll be difficult to describe them in game.
You probably
but,
need
I'm
some
assuming they're
information.
nice.
I mean, I think there are like some universal summoning, but you're not certain if you need something specific, considering you're not totally certain what he made a deal with.
Oh, I thought I needed that to. I thought I needed that to get the research done. Okay. Well, it's some more general odds and ends. The odd obsidian spire, the big orb of gold. I don't know why they like orbs so much, but go figure.
Bath and
Place
Body
of
Works
shape.
candles. Oh, cinnamon twist.
The gift card to Best Buy.
Expired in 2008.
Yes.
No
Toys R Us.
Circuit City.
Just a,
Well,
just a pile of Blockbuster gift cards.
just a solid block of them glued together. What other well, I suppose this was more like a baseline. I can certainly reuse anything that we don't end up using for this, but I guess what sort of entity was this?
I'm not sure. Some kind of fae? Some kind of creature of the forest?
I'll take the cold iron dice out of there. They probably would get the wrong impression.
Perhaps. It was... If I were to guess, something that cares a lot about blood. A predator aspect of the forest.
Well, it's a bit unusual, but I would be able to generate a large volume of blood.
You... I'm
Well,
apprehensive to ask how, but not that I don't trust you, but that sounds...
as long as it being from a summoned creature isn't a problem.
Are summoned creatures still real?
Real enough to harm, anyway. You can
I never
leave remnants
noticed.
behind.
Are they plucked from somewhere? Are you creating them temporarily? Like, when the spell ends, do they go back to their home?
They do. Their consciousness is here, but it's sort of like a direct facsimile of their body. So
See.
it bleeds, it breathes, well, most of them don't breathe, actually. Funny problem, that.
Hmm.
But yes, so they're physically here. They do remember everything that happens, and don't particularly like to be cut up for fun. So if it's not for that, it is something that I'd rather not be making a habit of. So no side gig selling gallons of celestial and fiendish blood.
I suppose you could probably make a lot of money doing that, though. Would the blood nuts also
They
go
would-
away?
They would hate it. Even if it's for less than a minute, can you imagine being plucked out of whatever you're doing and just bled for? So, I don't know. The point is, I do have a different relationship with them than that. So I would be concerned they might just bite my head off the next time I asked for help if I were to be taking advantage of our little deal.
Suppose that's fair enough.
Mhm.
But yes, if I were to guess, I would say that probably blood would be a factor.
Mhm.
So,
And
I
specific kind.
I'm not sure. The blood of prey? Of perhaps man?
Hmm.
I know that it is a creature that does not like the progress of civilization encroaching on nature.
Then we could probably figure something out there.
Perhaps.
I think there's that where rat. I'm not sure exactly where he could summon from, but is a human, at least mostly.
Okay.
Sven looks like he's thinking about something. Probably about what kind of blood he needs.
Give me another will save.
Maybe O negative? Okay. I start
You're
killing
thinking
Furnick.
at this point, it's whatever you can get your hands on.
Yeah. Yeah.
I,
That's a good time to fade back to the other side of the party.
Well, I'm assuming that your conversation is... Are you guys staying there is more or less what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, I suppose. Unless, well, how late is it now?
It's 8, probably going, 8 afterwards. So it's
Yeah.
kind of dark at this point, yeah.
Not there too late, I guess. I can just summon the where rat right now. I don't have a name for him, but appears in hybrid form, and is like, wait, hold on, why am I here? Don't worry about it. Just take this knife.
Alright, so you at least learn that the Library of Thought is only open till about 10. While they do serve drinks, they're not like a public house.
Right.
And before we get back to the other side, I think we're going to take a small break. Let's
All right.
maybe reconvene at about like 8:25, and then we'll pick up there then. Yeah.
Alrighty. See you then.
Goodbye.
All right, and we're back. So, Garugamash, you go out to set up, at least, well, to wait for Daxius as you begin your little scope out job. Etor is also there, keeping as best an eye as he can the situation. Daxius, you show up about maybe 30 minutes after sundown, so probably about 8 o'clock or thereabouts.
I didn't find Dragonborn.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, that's right. Say, did you give me a knowledge local for that?
Yeah, I got a 31.
Okay. So, the old docks isn't a super. Well, I mean, it is a sizable area and it's relatively busy. With that role, though, how are you? How do you look right now?
Just like a dock worker.
No. I mean, like, do you look human?
Yeah. You know what? I guess as long as I'm scouting, I think. Oh, that's a tough question. What's the likelihood? I mean, fuck it. I'm gonna say fuck it. We ball. I'm gonna say no. I don't look human.
So you look kitsune.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if anyone's able to even fucking identify what that is.
You might just look like any other beast folk.
Yeah, I'll just say I'm like a runt the litter cat folk.
Okay. You actually managed to kind of follow them into. Well, you end up having to search up and down the quayside for a little bit. You're actually going towards like the old citadel, where there's still market houses, kind of closer to the Demon's Dive, which by this point it's still going on, but the building seems to be quieter. Across the street, there's like a bit of market that's still open. This is kind of a weird place where business goes, and a lot of stands and stalls that hawk fish, food, and other kind of items. Just they remain open if somebody's there to buy.
Mm-hmm.
You are able to find one who fits that description. They definitely do stand out. Despite being dressed in clothes that would suggest like lower class, they look better off than a lot of the kobolds that you've seen, and some of like the less common beast folk, those with rabbit or even swine or cow in their blood. But by no means does that mean they look nice. They're actually working at a stand that it seems to be a stand that's a bit better off, like it's more solid, permanent. Seems to be functioning as like a kind of a smaller butcher shop.
Right.
Yeah. Not a lot of business going on. There's like a few people that'll come, primarily other beast folk, but humans and others shop there too. A lot of the people look like they're local, so uniforms just kind of look the same. And while there is racial difference, people that live in the neighborhood seem to know everyone else that lives in the neighborhood.
Right.
It is male. You're able to tell that. Age kind of hard to discern, but obviously an adult. Pretty tall, about maybe 6 foot and change, maybe. Seems to be pretty physically fit, and yeah, but otherwise not abnormal in any way.
I'm just gonna watch from a distance for 10-ish minutes. I don't want to spend too long, but I know, like, if I wanted to find him again, like, I know he works at this stall or like around this area, so if I wanted to tomorrow, I could probably relocate him. But just gonna watch from a distance for a bit now, and if nothing happens, I'll just head back because I know I'm needed elsewhere.
You watch a couple people walk up and buy some things. He does cut a few things, but after like the crowds kind of die down, he ends up like leaning on the bar, looking pretty bored. Yeah, seems to be kind of an average guy.
Seems to be. All right. Well, I could find him again if need be, but since I know roughly where his works. But for now, I have other things I need to do, and well, I've killed enough time trying to find this guy. So.
All right. So it's probably about 8:30 when you finally arrive at the location where Garugamesh has been waiting for you for some time. It's definitely well and dark now.
Yeah, I'll actually go back to the form that I was in when I was previously being followed.
Okay.
And as long as I'm in Bridgefront, I am just always going to be checking and seeing if anyone's following me.
Okay.
What form are you in right now?
It's like a disheveled human, kind of blends in with the Bridgefront crowd, kind of similar to how you are, but just
Am I gonna recognize you?
You've seen me in this outfit before, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
This is how, yeah.
I kind of notice you come in, and I don't even wait for you to come up. I just kind of like head towards the door, and head out. And like as I'm passing by, I whisper, "We should get somewhere where we can talk."
I'll continue walking by, and as I'm walking, I'll just message, there's a well in between, Necker Street and Chill Street. Behind the lamplighters.
I'll head back there and kind of like hide in the shadows.
So as you guys are moving, you actually do notice that there are kids moving around with poles lighting the gas lights. People seem to be leaving them well the fuck alone.
Oh,
So do
Guys, surprised it's those people who are distributing it.
The lamplight. Oh. Well, I'm gonna roll stealth anyways.
It's true. Children are the most evil.
Okay,
That's
that was
true.
Oh, all right.
Sure, I'll stealth there too.
That wasn't a very good stealth, but
Yeah, not really. I've done better.
I only rolled a 2.
They pay you no attention. In fact, I mean, they're little kids. They're like 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
So most of them, they don't even look at you. They don't seem to be very interested. Half of them are like half playing with one another as they run. You know.
Am I able to sneak up behind one and like pilfer through their pockets? See if they have any drugs.
Okay, give me a sleight of hand. Well, you already made me a stealth check, so give me a sleight of hand.
Well, I mean, with the stealth check, do I notice if they notice me?
Let's see. No, you don't think so. They're little
Okay.
kids. They're playing with each other, pushing. Hey, stop! You know, like, and just running to the next thing, and then like racing, running, pushing with each other. They're not paying attention, really.
I'm gonna accidentally bump into one of these kids and see if they have any drugs on them. Oh my god, another 2.
That's still a 20, and it's a kid, so.
You knock over a little girl who's probably 8 years old, making the lighting stick fall to the ground. She goes, "Ow!" You manage to like
Killer Gilgamesh. You know you want to.
No!
go through her pretty ratty clothes, and you find small toys. You find like a handful of like copper coins at most. You find little doodads and baubles.
I'm gonna put a gold coin in your pocket for being such a good sport.
Okay. She hits the dirt and just kind of looks up and says, "Watch where you're going."
Sorry, I've got bad eyes.
One of the boys that was running her just points back and says, "Ha ha!" and just keeps running. And she calls
Oh.
it, "Shut up, Johnny!" and like kind of scrabbles up and like grabs the pole and starts running again. Haha, you can't catch me. I'm gonna get you.
Well, I guess I'm just gonna go back into the shadows and wait for Dax.
I'm just leaning up against a building in the alleyway, just watching this happen.
Oh my god. Okay.
Well, you're lucky that no one else other than name I were here, because it could have looked really bad.
What do you mean?
Never mind, I'm not even gonna put that thought in your head. Any progress?
Well, I checked the girl for drugs. I mean, you never know how these human children, they're always looking to make a quick buck. Those humans are really greedy. I wouldn't know anything about greed.
Oh, I'm sure you wouldn't, but you're not entirely wrong. Kids have been used as peddlers
Mules.
before.
Yeah.
Mules, yeah.
Well, I think we should probably get a good vantage point to watch over the night market for any suspicious activities.
Well, normally I can agree. These, especially in bridge fronts, the roofs. Well, I'll point up at all the bridges that makeshift bridges that are going across the roofs. These are quite often used and by pretty shit people too. So.
Well, what's your recommendation?
Well, Etor has got the west side covered. Perhaps we watch from the east. There's a well on the far right side of from our perspective, far left side of the night market. Could sneak behind the houses just out in the outskirts of the night market and the alley and see what we could see through there.
Not a bad idea.
All right.
Give me a stealth, both of you.
You got this. Hey.
Oh! I turn invisible.
So, you guys move as a unit, and you end up setting up kind of an area that almost looks like a bit of like crumbled wall. You guys have seen like the exterior wall that runs around this portion of the island. It's still here, and it seems to be kind of used, but it's not in great repair. You end up setting up on top of a bit of rubble, which gives you a view over the side of the night market. It's a bit distant, but it's not. But it's pretty clear. Kind of near to a sizable building, 3 or 4 stories tall. Not that that is abnormal. A lot of ramshackle buildings here are stacked that high, leaning against one another. What marks this one out is that there's actually a sign hanging from the front of it with that's a painted red Oliphant swinging. Perhaps at one point it was a tavern or a pub, but it very much obviously is not anymore. Okay, so you guys are going to be set up there for a bit. Just in general, how long are you two staying?
4 hours maybe when I head back at midnight.
I'm planning on staying later than that. You can. I'll be alright on my own after a certain time, but
I can stay as late as you.
Probably not a good idea. I didn't want to tell the others this, but to be honest, I don't plan on sleeping tonight.
Then I'll head back at 2.
Okay.
Alright.
What time is it now?
About 8:30.
8:30.
I think about 5-ish. I'll head back and see if I can catch some winks of sleep during the day.
Ray, am I able to get some crafting in while I'm waiting here?
No. If you want to be actively watching, you're not going to be able to craft at the same time.
It was worth a shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay until 2 and then head back so I can get 8 hours of sleep and get up at 10.
Okay. So, the two that are still at the Library of Thought. It's about 8:30. You got about an hour and a half until they close up shop. What are you guys doing?
Bottling up that blood and tail end of whatever the rest of our conversation was.
Okay.
Is there like a coliseum in the
Yes,
city?
there is. Arena Lutendorf. It is a gigantic hippodrome.
Is it too random for me to go and sign up for a coliseum fight?
You wouldn't be able to do that at 8:30 at night.
Yeah, no, I know, but like for tomorrow or something.
It's up to you.
Back to the group later. It's like, good news, everyone. I signed us up for another arena battle.
We're gonna have 4 episodes of just that.
Oh, God.
No, I'm thinking
Slay
maybe
living on myself.
maybe Sven signs up for like a small fight that we don't have to roll out because Sven is too strong for it, like a couple of kobolds or something. Because, you know, he's fresh to the city. They're probably not going to give him anything big.
Yeah.
Just, you know, a way to spill blood.
Can we bet on it?
An angry weasel.
I want to bet money on Sven.
So I'm just assuming you guys are
No,
chilling
weasel.
there until you make your way back to Bannerhome at 10.
Yeah.
And Vic, you were just going right back to Bannerhome?
Yeah, he might start asking around a bit to see if anybody's, you know, basically just looking for somebody who can cast Locate Object and is willing to work for not that much money. I'll double check the hireling rules if you want to just use that.
Maybe.
I think it would just be casting a spell, basically.
The information you'll get is if you're looking for, you know, is that a 3rd level spell for? No, it's 2nd for Arcana, correct?
Yes, it's 2nd for like Sorcerer Wizard.
What is the minimum level to get access to second level spells as a wizard? Is that 2 or 3?
3.
3. Okay. So, a lot of the answers you get is maybe you can hire one of the older students or residents at the Catabraxi College, or, you know, if you have enough money to throw around, one of Aurelio Mercator's latest apprentices.
Good.
All right. It is only about half an hour. No, excuse me. About hour and a half that you guys are watching the night market. Most of the activity does sort of wane down. There are a couple locations that stay open. Stuff that you can definitely tell that they're fencing stolen goods or just selling weapons or stuff like that. Stuff that's like kind of gray, if not black market, but not very interesting. And it's a handful of stands as opposed to the size of a market itself. Yeah, maybe about 10. As like the other 2 would be leaving, going back to Bannerhelm. You see 2 people walk towards the fountain, coming from like 2 directions. One seems to be coming from the street, while the other one almost seems to be coming from somewhere out of the buildings to the south side of the island.
Do you have a description?
They're both wearing robes. In the firelight and gaslight that offers a scant amount of light, you're able to tell that it is hooded and has markings on it. Give me perception.
Me too.
Yeah, both of you. All right. Gurgamash, with that roll, you are able to watch the 2 walk, because they walk from opposite directions to meet each other, like right near the fountain. You watch them talk a little bit and then move their hands, making a sign like this.
They're making shadow puppets.
Hands crossed, thumbs together, fingers curled up like the legs of a dead spider.
Oh.
They seem to stand talking for a little bit before moving towards the street.
That's definitely useful.
Dax, are you able to listen in on their conversation?
I can do more. I can definitely do that. I'm going to cast invisibility on myself.
Okay.
I'll message you if I need you. And I'm going to just get as close as I can safely get.
So, you're going towards where they were walking, and you see them coming the other way. They are walking together, keeping to the side. They are trying to make an attempt to like stick to the shadows, not make a big scene of themselves, but they're moving. They're moving. Oh, excuse me. They'd actually be heading the other direction, but they're not moving quickly. They're kind of staying together. Like you can tell they're talking or something, or maybe they'll every so often they'll like step into an alleyway, like let people by, or for whatever fucking reason. But sometimes they'll look around, but they're not doing the best job of, situational awareness. You follow them out as they ring around the last major turret on the crumbling wall, going towards what appears to be a newer set of buildings and a pier. The 2 of them stand near the end of the pier where it meets the dockside, talking for a little bit. And then both of them walk down it towards not a sizable, but probably like 30 by 30 building that exists at the very end of the crumbling pier.
Yeah, I'll send a message to Gurgamesh and just tell them, like, where they are, but just not to get too close in case they see you.
Yeah, I'm meant to say I was going to be following from a pretty good distance away.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just say, like, I can't message after this because it's a verbal component.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to get closer and I'm going to try and hear their conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah. I'm gonna do that.
The two of them walk down the length of it, get about halfway down before kind of stopping, speaking to one another, giving the same sign, and then splitting up. One of them continues down towards the building at the end. One of them is walking back. They walk, I'm assuming, past you because you're invisible.
Yeah, I wanted to get fairly close.
Going back the other way, seeming to vanish into the buildings, just into an alleyway. Whereas the other one walks to the building at the end and then posts up outside of the door, leaning back against the door frame and watching the direction that they had just come, crossing their arms and just watching.
Am I far enough distance away to safely message?
How close are you trying to get?
I'll back up a little bit, just for the purpose of the message.
If you're at the end of the pier, which I believe is like 30 feet, maybe? How long? How big would that be, actually? Maybe like 60 to 70 feet, actually. So yeah, I think like if you stayed at the end of the dock, or excuse me, the dock side, you would be able to make the message and be pretty comfortable that, that
Okay.
no one would hear you.
I'll just message Gugamesh saying, there's one guy leaving. If you can get Etor to follow him, I would like you to be nearby me for backup.
I have no idea how I'm gonna contact Etor.
You don't know where he is? I thought you knew.
I've
Like inside of a
been
basket.
I've been moving.
Well, he should be inside of a basket near the night market. He shouldn't be that far away.
Okay, I'm gonna rush to find Etor in the basket and relay the instructions.
Running through the middle of the street, ripping up people's baskets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like eating pieces of it, but not actually swallowing, just biting it, chewing it up, and then
Yeah,
spitting
just-
it out.
Is this what you think of
Rotten.
Garugamesh?
I don't know. Do you teeth like a baby? I don't know.
Eats your basket.
I assume you were talking about it, or I was talking about Gilgamesh, just like charging through a night market, just ripping open baskets.
Well, I was talking
Yeah.
about Etor, like
No,
eating the
I
baskets.
thought it was
probably. Eating the
You just
inside of
open
the
a
wheel.
basket. You
And
just
he's
see
eating
Etor
pieces
inside.
of it.
Yeah, Etor's been in the same basket for the entire time, but there's this giant hole in the side of it. He's been eating it
Yeah,
for
just in the
like 6
in the
hours.
back.
Yeah.
He just
So-
crawls back out of the hole instead of the top.
You're moving back to tell Etor. Give me a perception check. I don't know how
Okay.
DC, but
I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Another 2. Interesting.
Damn.
you hear the sound of a thud coming
Where'd
from
that
somewhere
come-
down the road.
Shit. I guess I'm gonna try and find that. Crap. I gotta go find Etor. How close am I to Etor? Do I know?
If you're at the western side of the night market, you're probably pretty close. Etor would have heard that as well, most likely.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's
Unless he
probably
was
trying to
really
figure out what
focused on
he's-
eating that basket.
I'm gonna assume Etor is going to respond appropriately and go
He
towards
is
the
a-
sound.
He is a construct, though, so it's like, well, I mean, someone fell and died, but it's not like, oh no, my mortality. It's more like, oh, that's sounds like it's probably bad. We should probably do something about it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't exactly what I was told to do, so we've got to figure it out with 6 intelligence.
I guess Etor can wait. I'm gonna go check out who/what fell, but I'm gonna do it, quote unquote, in the shadows and roll stealth. Oh my god! Oh my god! Goated! Goated!
So
Also,
what
Etor's
Etor
left
does
one.
is
sneaky.
what Etor does. You move past the night market, going towards going down Hook Street, past to Naker Street, and as you get to the the T intersection, you see that there's like a bit of a crowd, and then they start to like disperse, like they don't want to get close to anything. In the center, you see a body in the middle of the street.
Jeez.
Holes up through the walkways above. Holes. Very obvious, recently made, considering the broken planks are on the ground around him. The body is mangled pretty good. Yeah. I mean, just from that this distance, you can tell he's dead. The body's fucked up. He's dead. He fell from a pretty good height.
Damn. Does it look like the mangling is from an attack?
Give me a medicine check.
I'm not trained in that, so I don't
Then
think
give
I'm
me a
going-
perception check, and I'll give you what I think a layperson would understand.
Okay.
You can tell that there are very obvious cuts and lacerations and bites all over the man's body. His clothes have been torn to shreds, and his face looks like it's totally just wrapped in terror. His skin has lost most of the color in it, growing a pallid, ashy gray. And his eyes are almost rolled back into his head.
Yeah, I
It was probably
would
a
say
fall.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get him a life alert.
Do I see? I'm gonna assume I'm up close towards the body now. Do I see any signs of drug use?
Based on his physical, like, the fact that he looks like he's destitute, and the emaciation of his body,
Mhm.
it's not a large stretch.
Well,
Shit. Garugamesh was assuming he was probably attacked by something. He was on Shiver and got attacked by something in his dream. Crap. Do I notice anything unusual about the crime scene?
Based on that perception check, like I said,
No.
there are two sets of bridges that go across the stories above you. He came down through the center of both of them.
That's weird. It looks like he may have been thrown down there. Or
As you
forced
kind
with
of back up to get like a look at like the building, the third floor, the only thing above that is like the roofs around it, so a story at most. The walkway isn't made great. As a dwarf who understands something about like construction, not great, but you're thinking it should have at least held if he fell off the roof. And also the fact that he fell down in the middle of the street, as opposed to, say, like the dipshit who fell off his ladder as he's working up it, where it seems like he fell like right along the side of the building. He didn't. He came down through the center of the street, 30 feet across, dead center.
yeah, this is
Probably a fall.
pretty sus. Crap, I don't have a way to go get Daxius.
There's a sound like something rustily getting crunched on. Etter just follows you out. There's like a piece
Yeah.
of like wicker that's been roughly arranged into like a cone, and he's just like gnawing on one side of it.
Well, if Etter's here, I'm gonna ask him to go get Daxius, or at least go get Daxius if what he's attending to isn't as important as a dead body.
All right.
Just makes a motion at you like, yeah, man, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes and walks off towards Daxius, still crunching.
Does anyone know where Daxius is?
No.
Isn't Daxius invisible?
He's also invisible.
Yeah.
So, no fucking clue. He just wandered off.
Yeah,
also
Etor goes to
notice-
Banner home.
You also notice as Etter is
Look around.
walking away that you're the only person on the street right now.
Oh,
There's
me?
no one out here.
Oh fuck.
Etra's
well,
walking
About to
down
die.
the middle of the street like a fucking like outlaw about to draw on you at noon. Like there is nobody else here.
wait, who's walking down the middle of the street?
Etor,
Etor.
well, away from you.
Mhm.
Oh, I thought
That's-
Etra could fly.
You can.
He
Either
chooses
way,
not to.
Oh,
maybe he felt like walking. Even if he flew, the
Yeah.
way he went would show that there's no one else here. Doors are closed. The storm shutters have been shut in windows where possible. There is no one here.
yeah. If I'm gonna hang out in the somewhere around this body for any amount of time, I'm gonna go in the shadows and change my disguise into something.
Okay.
I'm gonna change it into something unusual. I always joke about being like a really tall gnomish man, so I'm gonna do that and hope Daxius will recognize me as a tall gnomish man.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna be like a 5 foot tall gnome.
You
And
move
kind of hide in the shadows.
off to the side of Naker Street, going into a shadow, which takes you past a one of the many gas lights. Like they're pretty much everywhere. It's like every 50 feet there's one. As you go past, it almost seems to shiver, and you hear something come out of it saying, "Failure, fuck up, failure, fuck up."
Mom?
Is this voice coming from the gas?
When you turn to look at it, it almost seems like a face has appeared out of the knots making up the wood of the post. And it just continues to repeat those words: failure, fuck up, failure, fuck up.
Is it looking at me?
It seems to be.
I'm gonna look at it and ask, what's your business with me?
Failure, fuck up, failure, fuck up. It just continues to say that.
Grugamesh is gonna get irrationally angry and start throwing like rocks at it.
Yeah, rocks bounce off. It continues to swear at you.
Hold on, rocks fall. How many people die?
None for now.
Only the
Rush picks a
hands.
fight with another inanimate object.
Okay, so Grugamesh is gonna go. It's like, what would you have me do?
It continues to
That-
say the same two words. Failure, fuck up. In a hissing, droning, accusatory tone.
Doesn't appear to be sentient in any way. Fuck, I guess I'm gonna walk down the street. See if it follows me.
As you get about 15 feet away, you hear the voice stop talking.
Anything unusual about that spot otherwise?
No.
I'm remembering back to where the rumors of the walls acting strange at night. Are there any other walls behaving in unusual ways? Anything that like maybe they moved and Garugamesh would notice that it's not the same as when it first. Sorry, I can't talk. When he first arrived.
Give me a perception check.
Hell yeah.
You don't notice anything like that. But what you do hear, and this is because of the emptiness of the streets and how weirdly deathly quiet it is. The sound of baying hounds on the wind. You can hear the sound of movement, paws hitting the mud, somewhere just out of sight. Close, but not getting close to you. Continuing howling, biting, stomping, running.
Does this seem like not a hallucination? Does this seem like an illusion, or do they sound real?
They sound pretty fucking real.
I think I'm gonna try and get a vantage point off the ground.
Okay. Give me a climb check.
No way.
Oh no.
How would you describe your emotional state?
I think
honestly.
Garugamesh is probably a little freaked out. Like he's not like maybe a little paranoid, but he can't tell if these strange occurrences are speaking to him specifically, or if it's just a weird thing that's happening and it's putting him on edge. So he's maybe frantically trying to climb up something, not exactly being careful where he puts his hands and feet.
I'm gonna say that you scramble to the side into one of the alleyways and start grabbing at the first stuff you can, and something cracks and like a part of the building falls off and you hit the ground. You're only like 4 or 5 feet off the ground, so you don't get injured by it. But it's the fact that something just broke on under your hands and you fell.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to leave. But I don't have any way of contacting anybody. This might be a good note that we need to invest in some sending stones.
Wait, aren't those like big?
I thought they were like the
You have
size
them.
of.
They're about the size of a cell phone.
Yeah.
Conveniently so.
That's pretty reasonable then.
Shit. I guess I'm gonna. If there's no more noises, I'm gonna go back out in the alley and see if the body has changed at all. Because I remember a monster came out of one the last time a body showed up.
You see the body laying in the middle of the street, as crumpled as it once was. No one else has come out to investigate. No one else has come to look.
Are there any businesses on this street?
Hard to tell. You can probably guess maybe a few were businesses or are businesses, but like I said, doors are closed, shutters are snapped shut, sashes are pulled where possible.
Yeah, no bars.
Like pub, ale house.
Yeah, I'm looking for somewhere to go in and talk to a local.
You're not too super far from the one that you were in earlier.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in and talk to the bartender.
You rush. I mean, you have to go past the body, so I'm assuming you scoot along the side,
Yeah.
round the corner, and you go for the ale house. You get up to the door and go into it, and the door doesn't open. You go right up against the door, finding it locked. There are
Do I
no
hear
lights
noise?
burning, like in the windows. There are shutters shut, but they're not good shutters. Like they don't fit flush at all.
What time is it?
It's 10 o'clock.
Can I use I'm pretty sure I put points into disable device, and I have some lockpicks. I'm gonna try and get in.
You quickly find that there are no keyholes on this door. Most likely it's barred from inside. That's one thing you have noticed, that most of the doors here, they don't have locks. The people here are not wealthy enough to buy something like that. Safety is a comfort that few here can afford.
Can I, well, if it's just a bar, can I, like, stick something through and lift that up?
What do you have on you?
I've got a knife, or a pretty long, I'm not sure what kind it is. I've got a spring blade.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're able to, push the door open a bit to try and work it in. As soon as you, and you find that there is a bar, you feel it, and you start pulling it up. And as soon as you're getting some leverage, you feel something push it back down and, pushes the door out. And you hear somebody inside gate say, "Fuck off, go away, find somewhere else."
Oh, fuck. Garugamesh is pissed, even though he realizes it's not a good sign that someone tells him to fuck off. So he starts pounding on the door and telling him to open up, and starts fighting with him over the bar.
Yeah, you can feel, weight on top of this. You're probably not going to get enough leverage considering the length of the knife. But you can continue to sit there and fight as somebody, lays almost on the bar.
I'm gonna straight up tell this guy I'm gonna break the door down if you don't open up.
You break this door down and we're both dead. Don't you drag Sally Scrabblebones in here. Fuck off! You hear somebody
Sally's
else yell out, a
growl
woman, "Go somewhere else! Hide somewhere else!"
I'll fucking take down all of you with me if you don't open the fuck up. And I brandish my warhammer. I don't know if they can see it at this point, but if there's windows or glass, I tap on the glass with it.
There's no glass in those windows. There's no fucking glass. There's no glass
Oh,
in
just-
those windows here.
Just shutters.
Just shutters.
Okay, well, I'll be a hell of a lot worse than Sally Scatterbones. I can tell you that if you don't let me in. I'll be back the next day. You can bet on it.
This is how cryptids are born, by the way.
They do not relent. They do not open the door for you.
Fuck, I don't want to break these
Gilgamesh
guys.
huffed
I don't want.
and puffed.
I don't want to break down these people's door. Are there any obvious hiding spots?
Try to get into an alleyway, into like some sort of alcove. Probably be the best idea, or perhaps go into one of the stands in the night market across the street.
I'm gonna head back to the body and find a place to watch from there, like a hiding spot where I can watch the body.
Okay.
Do you want to roll for that?
Yeah, give me a stealth. You do find like an alleyway where there's like some crates and barrels that have like mostly been smashed, but they're you can like punch down below them.
I think I figured out the title for this week's session. It's All or Nothing. So I'm either rolling nat 20s or 1s, 2s, and 3s.
Yeah, Vic isn't rolling anything, so Gilgamesh is taking all the bad karma.
Hey, I've been getting good luck, like, every once in a while. Like, it's like either good or bad. Alright. Anyways, don't know if a 15 is good enough to find a hiding spot, but that's what we're rolling with. And Sally's Scat My Bones comes over, then I've got my hammer, so...
You crouch there. I will say that this is all happening in like the span of like 2 minutes. This is all happening very quickly. So you rush back and you throw yourself into the hiding spot, probably breathing because of how quickly you've been moving. And it just, the dead silence of everything really lays in.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to make a perception check for this because you hear the sound of something moving out on the street. The sound of something sharp being dragged along wood. Thud thud as it goes across a doorway or a window. Thud thud as it goes across the next. It gets closer and closer, seeming to come from your right. Or excuse me, your left. Closer and closer and closer. And finally, you're probably, holding the hammer's hilt because it should be, whatever it is, should be right there. And you hear scrape and you see dust, like dust and wood shavings fall down, but nothing passes. You then see a furrow begin to be dragged in the building on the other side of the alleyway, going back out and around the front of the building. As whatever the fuck this is continues walking, you hear the rattle of bones on a necklace or a fetish. Rattle, rattle, rattle. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Thud, thud. Rattle, rattle, rattle. Shake, shake, shake.
Am I able to see the form of this thing at all?
You see nothing. You see the dust, you see the wood shavings, you see the furrow. You don't see anything else.
That's crazy. Gilgamesh is gonna stay in hiding because he can't fight what he can't see.
You're gonna be staying there for a bit.
Really?
Daxius, do you expect like Gilgamesh to come back?
My expectation was Gilgamesh was going to find Etor. Etor was going to go follow the guy that left. And then Gilgamesh was going to be hiding nearby for if I needed help, he'd be able to assist me. That's the assumption Daxis is going under. Not true at all.
Mm-hmm.
But to remember, so I can clarify, one guy left, gone away, and the other guy stayed at the pier, like guarding a building. Okay, and that I'm gonna ping it, but is it like this one?
It is indeed.
Okay. So I'm gonna look around it for any like windows or anything that I can sneak inside of.
The building does appear to have what appear to be windows. They are, however, covered with shutters and shut. They're not tight, like you can see light coming out from them, as you can like below the door and where it doesn't fit flush against the frame as well.
Can I peer through the shutters? Because I imagine they're not flush either.
No,
And
they're
just
not.
see if I can see inside.
You're able to like it's not a huge opening, so you're not like the angle of what you see isn't very wide.
I didn't imagine it would be.
But you see on the inside other figures in similar hooded clothes. From here, you're able to see, and as you pass the man, that they are green. They are covered with like sewn little spiders into them, and they seem to like to hang real far down, like covering up the person's visage. You can hear a bit of chatter, hushed and secreted.
Can I make out anything that they're saying?
Not really. You you do hear like the scrape of like a table or chairs or crate as it's being dragged across, and then like you see the two individuals kind of part, and you can see the opposing wall.
Fuck are they?
You hear somebody eventually say, "Hand it over." Shh, 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 quiet. Scrape of a bottle, full bottle, across the tabletop, goes right past the center.
Can I? Nah, I don't need to detect thoughts. I'll say that. I'm just gonna. I think I know what this is, so I'm gonna. Is it just? Can I tell if this is just like one big room, and that's what this building is?
It's hard to tell. It is multiple floors, by the way. It's only two, and
Okay.
then kind of a ruddy roof on top of that. You can't
Okay.
see any major details, but your best guess is that it is likely a large room. Based on the proportions, where it's built, and the design of it, this is probably like a warehouse. Probably built
Right.
on the end of the pier, probably storing things for one reason or another.
Okay. Are there windows on the second floor?
It's a
Damn.
warehouse.
Fair enough. No real way in without being noticed, even if I was invisible. If I am invisible. Only thing I could really do is just continue to watch.
Okay, how long are you
And-
staying? Also, how long does the spell last?
Spell, I believe it's a minute per level.
Okay, so you got a little bit.
So, yeah, 7 minutes.
Okay.
I'm gonna watch for 2 minutes at least.
You hear the sound of crates being moved, the rattle of bottles. You hear somebody hiss, "Don't drop! Don't drop them!"
Is it a lot of bottles or like one bottle?
It sounds like an amount. Anywhere from
Like a crate of bottles being shuffled around or something.
It doesn't sound to that level, but you're thinking like at least 10 of those files.
Okay. I know I can't really see a lot from this distance, but I just want to do my best to keep track of like where the bottle, like what side of the room the bottles are going, or who might have the bottles.
They
Just
seem to mostly be moving from left to right, so away from the river towards the shore.
okay.
You at least know there's two people in there. Every body that seems to go past is dressed exactly the same. Like, so you have no idea if that's the same person that just went.
Right. Hmm. Oh fuck. After watching for like 2 minutes and not really seeing much, I'm gonna back up a safe distance. I want to use my wand of detect secret doors
Okay.
at a safe distance because it's verbal.
Mhm.
And I don't need to make a check because it's on the bard spell list.
Okay.
And then get back closer and see if I could notice anything. And if I'm
Something
doubting
that you
it,
have to physically see, like where the door is, correct?
It just in the first round, in a 60-foot cone, I can detect the presence or absence of secret doors. I just detect them.
Okay. I'm assuming that it follows a similar magic where a certain amount of wall blocks that.
Yeah, or like lead or something.
I actually don't know if it does.
It's
'Cause
similar
it-
to detect thoughts, but it
Yeah.
only works for stuff that you're looking at. It is blocked by. It can penetrate barriers, 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, thin sheet of lead, and 3 feet of wood or dirt. First round is presence or absence of secret door. Second round is the number and location of each, and each additional round is the mechanism or trigger for one secret portal closely examined by you. So it's concentration for up to minutes per level. It's first level spell, so probably 1 minute.
And this is a door
Yeah.
that is hidden magically, or just anything that you can't easily see?
Secret
Doesn't-
doors, the compartments, caches, and so forth. Only passages, doors, or openings that have been specifically constructed to escape detection.
Huh.
So, like something that's like flush with a wall, and you have to
Hmm.
or like a hidden bookcase or something that's like a secret door.
Well, you don't detect anything on the outside. That is for
Okay.
certain. You think you get a
Alright.
hit on something inside?
Ah, good to know. While I still have the minute, I'll scan around the immediate area, like around like the docks, especially like the water, see if perhaps there's something else in there, because maybe it's connected to something outside. Maybe there's another exit entrance.
Like in the what along the shore?
Yeah. Yes.
You don't find anything going that way. No.
Yeah. All right. Not much else I can do alone then.
Sorry, I can't be there with you. I'm too
All
scared.
right. It's not a problem. I think this is something for the whole party to deal with, anyways.
Yeah, it's good intel.
Yeah, but my only worry is that if we tried, I mean, they may not use this place every time. They might move, which would make sense because they're very cautious. Either way, at this point, there's nothing else I can do at this point, and I have a few minutes of invisibility left, so I'm just going to, I'm gonna go see if I can find Gilgamesh real quick. Because it doesn't look like they're going anywhere right away.
Okay. You go back into the town, well, into the city proper. Going back eastward, I don't think it takes you very long to realize there's no one else out here. All the doors are shut. All the windows, if they have shutters, are slammed shut. The only sounds that you can hear are like the vague baying of wolves. You can hear like the beat of wings in the night. Maybe some people crying or screaming in the distance. You've
Do I
never
see-
seen Bridgefront like this. Ever.
Yeah, this is alarming. Do I see Etor?
Nope. Where would have Edward gone? Back to Banner home?
He'd probably be wandering around looking for Daxius. 'Cause he was looking at him for 1 second, and then he didn't, and then he was gone. He's like, well, we can't have walked that far.
I figure by this point the spell has probably run its course.
Of invisibility?
Or you drop it, one or the other.
I wouldn't drop it, but I'd like... at least it would be close, yeah.
So
Let's
yeah,
go
you
get-
don't see Etor. You You see the basket he ate and the most of. And I think you can tell that
There you
that's...
go.
Yeah. You don't see
can
Garugamesh
imagine.
either.
Etor is just like a toddler walking down the middle of the highway, just like stumbling around.
With a
Not
piece of
Yeah.
candy in his mouth, yeah.
Yeah, just not at all conscious of what's going on around him.
I would be listening for
Like-
footsteps, so if I hear Daxius, I would come out.
Give me perception. You don't need to make a very high check in order to hear it in the deathly silence. Yeah.
There we go.
Daxius, you keep wandering past the night market, seeing, like, every once in a while you'll see, like, maybe somebody, like, peek through, like, a slit in the shutters and then immediately, like, move away and almost, like, push the shutters even more flush, if possible.
By the time I go down by the time I get to like Gurgamesh's view, the invisibility probably drops.
Yeah. I'm just saying by the time you reach the confluence of Hook and Acre Street, that's when it drops. And Gurgamesh, you can hear the sound of somebody moving, stumbling dumbly, as if they have no idea why people are being so careful.
Mm-hmm.
I come out, and
Ah.
I'm guessing I see Daxius down the street, and I run over and be like, "You'll never believe what happened. Somebody got
Oh yeah,
killed.
you see the body, by the way, in the middle of
Yeah.
the street.
Shit.
Someone died, and then everyone scattered, and they boarded up their houses, their businesses, wouldn't let me in at all, and I got warned of somebody. Was it Shelly? What was it? What was the name?
Sally Scrabblebones.
Sally Scrabblebones. I got warned of Sally Scrabblebones, and as I was waiting, it was like a dust storm appeared, and I heard the sound of bones rattling. It passed over me, but it didn't seem to notice.
What?
Also, the wall talked to me.
One thing at a time. What?
I had a lot of weird stuff happen to me.
Fucking clearly.
Check his pupils.
You hear the sound of glass break down the street very loudly.
We might be talking too loudly.
Okay, before we check that out, where the fuck is Etor?
I sent him to go find you.
Well,
Bring
he
you back
didn't.
Further's
Smash cut to
that'll be
Etor
fine.
on the other side of the island, walking around, like, looking at everything.
Like the
Slash
baby
cut
group
back.
dance scene from Guardians 2.
Yeah.
Has no fucking idea what's going on. Slash cut back to the two of them standing in the middle of the street.
You do know I was invisible when you gave that order, right?
I thought maybe he had like a sixth sense, like, he is like a golem, kind of.
I don't think he's that advanced, but might be something we could talk to Franks about adding. Be useful, but that's besides the point.
Well, have you
Walking-
ever heard of something called like Life 360 that lets you know people's locations at all time? Maybe we could download that onto the construct.
I think it sounds like a great idea. I would like to check out this glass, but okay. We can only
Alright.
focus on one thing at a time. We can't deal with this fucking entity or whatever, this Sally Scrabble fuck. Alright, one thing at a time. I found some people at the Breakwater Pier, and they're clearly in spider robes. Clearly the guys we're looking for. I can't go in there alone. I don't think we can go in there alone.
We could probably take them.
I don't... Maybe. I wouldn't risk it.
I'm the greatest wizard in this city.
Sure. Would you mind...
Check his pupils.
I can run really fast with Expeditious Retreat. I can go and get Vic and the others, bring them over here and tell them what's going on, and perhaps before they disappear, we might be able to catch them.
It sounds like a plan. Do we
Alright.
want to check out that broken glass?
I am really fucking curious, but
Should I just meet you at the pier?
Yeah, meet me at the pier.
You go
And-
get Vic. I'll check out the glass and then meet you at the pier.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna cast Expedition Retreat on myself. I'll take a quick look. If it's something, I'll message you and tell you to look at it. Otherwise, just wait here for a second.
Yeah.
And, all right. I'm gonna pop Expedition Retreat. Just
So
quickly run that way and just peer around the corner. Like, is
You're-
someone getting murdered?
moving in that direction. Give me a perception check, by the way. Both of you,
Okay.
actually.
Thank God.
Okay, that's pretty good.
You both hear it. The sounds of large animals growling at one another. And Daxis, you're going that way, and you see what appears to be a body be dragged out into the middle of the road from the alleyway. And, like, very obviously deceased. Like, they're not giving any resistance. Their leg up in the middle of the air with nothing around it. And then you see the arm on the other side get pulled up, and the body goes taut up in the air and starts moving as if two things are dragging at it from two sides. The body looks to be, even from this distance, even in the gaslight, chewed up.
It makes a lot more sense why there's no one on the streets now.
Suddenly the body
residents are
hits-
pretty scared of something.
Suddenly the body goes limp and hits the ground as if both of them let go.
Shit. I'm gonna quickly say, I would go to Breakwater Pier and hide really well, and as soon as I do that, I'm booking it out of there as fast as I fucking can.
You hear the bay of hounds behind you.
Shit.
With Expeditious Retreat, you're able to move, and Gilgamesh with at least 30 feet of fucking lead. You guys run through the streets. As you get like near Pearl Street, you actually hear somebody yell from like an upper window, "Get inside, you idiots!" And then slam shut again.
I would if I didn't have somewhere to be, asshole!
I guess I'm still running.
How has the guard not dealt with this? Or, like,
Tell me, if you were a fucking police officer, would you deal with a fucking bunch of ghost dogs?
maybe not me personally, but I feel like I would have told someone.
They'd probably think you're fucking crazy.
Well, I mean,
But
the Lunar Guard don't patrol down here. They don't know what the fuck's going on.
that's also true.
Or they don't care.
Yeah,
Both
I
are
know.
true.
Yeah.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Daxis, you obviously catch up to and move past Gilgamesh. You're able to get off of the street back onto like Breakwater Pier, near some of the buildings, and out.
I'm actually, as I pass Gilgamesh, I'm a little worried because these sounds like hounds or something fast. I'm gonna just palm Gilgamesh, like, just shove it into his hands as I go, the rope of climbing. in
The
case he
rope
needs
of
to get-
climbing. Yeah.
Just, if you need to get somewhere high, this will help.
How am I supposed to smoke this?
I don't even respond, I just keep running. It should
Yeah,
be in
I
your
guess-
inventory.
I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm running towards the pier. That's where we're gonna meet up, right?
Well, I did say that.
Okay, yeah, that's where I'm running. I'm running towards the pier.
I also said to hide.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that once I'm at the pier.
You both manage to pass Pearl Street, continuing along where Hook leads into St. Alicus Street. And you hear the sounds almost seem to stop as soon as you pass, getting closer to the pier. You can hear the sound of the hounds give another bay, lamenting, desiring, or turning, growling, and seeming to retreat, going the other way.
Fuck all of that.
You know, I can see why, they left old Lunabrook to found the new city if this is all the shit that goes on here.
No,
Yeah.
I don't stop running. I keep like I just hoof it as fast as I can.
He's going home, boys. So, you guys continue to leave.
I think the plan is still to meet up at the pier.
You guys would have reached it by this point, and if he's still booking it,
Oh no, I'm going to Banner.
Yeah,
I'm going to find Vic, Fernix, and Sven.
I'm staying at the pier, and
You don't have to. You can stay.
Yes.
Fuck that.
just know it ain't going anywhere.
Here, doggy doggy, I got an invisible treat.
I will just quickly scoot by the Library of Thought and see if perhaps they're still sitting there. They're not, and I'll keep
No,
going.
they probably have already departed by now.
Yeah, but
They may be en route, but
yeah, I'll go along the route that I would expect them to go.
with Expeditious Retreat, Fernix, you and Sven, I think, are probably caught up. Likely somewhere between the Barbed Rose Branch and Banner Home.
Right.
Rose
Kitten is so adorable.
Ah, sweetie.
Oh, there it is.
So,
Alright.
I'll I catch up to them.
yeah, you catch them. They're walking. Maybe they're talking with one another. I don't know. It's up to them. The tour is
I'll
nowhere to be seen.
No.
just stop.
Hmm?
I stop and just keel over. Fuck.
What seems to be... Did you find the red dragonborn, or
Ghost dogs.
ghost dogs?
I just take a minute to collect my breath. All right. Found some guys at the pier, Breakwater Pier. Green robes have spider stitch into them. Had vials that they were.
Calm down. Smack.
Oh.
You're still delusional.
Fuck! Yes.
Edward just appears behind me.
Where the fuck were you?
This man.
There's a
Somehow
whole
Edward's got
fucking
an ice
line of
cream cone.
people waiting to beat the shit out of you. Some of you whom you have no fucking idea who they are.
What a good reference.
Yes.
People at the pier. I think they were selling the. I think that it seemed like they had shiver. And then, a guy died. Grugamesh said that there was a person called Sally Scrabblebones, and then I saw someone. I heard glass break, and I saw a body in the middle of the road getting ripped apart by two invisible entities. Where the fuck's Vic? I think we need to go down there and deal with this.
We can literally do it tomorrow. No, I don't actually say that. I realized my mistake of accidentally saying that with my voice.
He says that, but he also afterwards says, I didn't actually say that.
Yeah.
Where is Vic?
Sven takes every opportunity to throw
Like
the
a
party
banner
under the
home.
bus.
Uh-oh.
You went home.
Oh.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, love it. Love it.
Well,
Grugamesh is at Breakwater Pier right now. If you guys can go, I'm gonna go run to Banner Home and get Vic.
See if you can get it turned back on, or at least something. Because, we're not in the right order, and I
Oh,
can't-
apparently I'm the DM now on
Nope.
stream. Oh, not anymore.
There we
there we
go.
go. Yeah, that's why I don't want them on top of the computer, because
yeah.
just like that, turn it off.
Oh.
Yeah, I've got to fight my cat to get him from standing off on the tower sometimes.
Yep.
Oh.
And I don't want these ones going up there because it's a little it's a mesh on top and their little claws get caught in it, and I'm just like, well, now you're gonna try to get off of it and like twist around all crazy and hurt yourself. Silly.
He also likes to chew cords, so
What cat
Oh, yeah.
doesn't?
That's the one that I've given up on. I'm like, there's no training this out of them. It's just they see a long thing, they're like, I'm just gonna
Yeah.
shoot this.
You need
Yeah.
to coat every inch of your cords in like bitter tasting stuff,
So,
or else you-
there's 1,000 watts of power cord coming through the back.
Rugamesh, you see exactly what Daxius told you. You see there's a man in heavy robes standing outside of a smallish warehouse at the very end of a pier. 2 stories tall. Looks like it has one of those like cranes hanging above it. That's about it. No one else here.
Is the guy in the robe just like standing guard?
Seems to be.
Okay. Well, I'm going to I'll roll stealth and I'll go around the outskirts to look for alternate entrances. Okay, there's my nat 1 stealth.
Fuck.
Like 5 times.
So glad you guys decided to do this at night. So, yeah, the man sees you. Quite fucking obvious. I mean, wait, assuming are you going down the pier, or?
I was trying to go around the building.
So what, like,
And-
around
Like
the
the back?
shore?
Like, yeah, like the perimeter. Is it directly on the water?
No, it's out in the river. It's out
Oh, it's
on
out
a
in the-
pier.
Oh, I guess it would help if I looked at the map.
Yeah, it's out at the end of a pier.
Damn. Okay, I guess I'm not doing that then. I'm just gonna. I guess I'm gonna find a place to lay low and wait for the party. Do I have to use that stealth roll?
Since you're not moving now, you can just stay where you are.
Okay.
So, Daxius, you have caught up with those 2.
Yeah, I just like Gilgamesh is at Breakwater Pier. You need anything from me? Cool. I'm getting Vic, and I'm without a word. I'm just dashing off. Like I'm in a hurry.
I can go and try and find Vic. I can smell him.
I got speed on my side. I've still got a few minutes of it. You just get to Grugmesh.
All right.
All right. You manage to clear the rest of the distance to Bannerhome. It's obviously late now. Streets are pretty empty, but a normal kind of empty. The other 2 going the other way. Probably by the time he would be getting Vic, you are reaching sort of the area where Garugmesh is. So, Daxius, you're able to enter Bannerhome at a very quick clip.
Do I see? Where's Vic? Are you like in the main lobby or?
I assume there's some sort of like training room
Yeah,
or
yeah, there is.
practice room. He's probably in there. Just...
Yeah, knowing Vic, that's the first place I'd check.
Well, now realistically, he'd probably be asleep at this point because
That's
he
fair.
actually gets up early. But he is.
I check his room and then go down. Yeah, fair.
It's slightly out of the ordinary.
I'll just barge into the room in a hurry. Just Vic.
He just very calmly. What?
There's a fucking ghost spirit at the fucking in Bridgefront, and right. I found where I think where the shiver is. There's people in green robes, selling shiver down there, or like putting it into boxes. They're at Breakwater Pier. There are a bunch of invisible hounds down there too. You ever heard of something called? Fuck it, we need to go down there because I'm afraid they're gonna fucking run off with it.
Yeah, Vic is already
fuck.
walking through the door.
All right.
I put on my my helm, and I actually have some expeditious retreats as well. So
Fuck yeah.
and keep things moving.
Yeah, expeditious retreat. Now Vic can actually go into a full run in his full armor.
Still technically only 40 feet per second per round, but
Yeah, I'll slow my pace to be at the same speed as Vic.
Okay.
faster than usual.
Yeah.
So, you are able to then clear the distance back. So this is probably about 10:30ish. About the two of you are probably reach Karugish maybe about 5 minutes before this. Kind of getting into the area. I'm assuming that I don't know. Either way, you reach the area that you were told.
How long does it take to get there?
Using expeditious retreat, it's still going to take you about 15 minutes to clear the distance from Bannerhome.
Okay, that's 2 uses for me then, which is fine.
How long did it take me to get to Bannerhome?
About the same.
15 minutes. Fuck. I'll have to use 3 then. That will get me all the way to Bannerhome, and then. I'm
I
running
mean,
low. on
Vic
spell
could
slots.
probably carry you without any issue.
You can.
Fair. Yeah. I mean.
Spontaneous dudes can also use your higher level slots as your lower level slots if and you want.
Oh. Well, I only
Yeah.
have one of those left, so.
All right. So, where did the two of you lay up?
Where
Bernix,
do we-
Sven?
I usually, when I'm on the court,
I'll
I
probably
usually do
wait.
that, or I'll do the fade 3-pointer.
So what
I
are
think
you
I'll
doing?
look for them to come and then like guide them away from the eyes of the guard.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. He's able to pull you into the alleyway that he's hiding in, which gives you an okay view of what everyone else has already seen. Well, Daxius has already seen.
Oh, you should probably wait for the others then.
Nothing has changed, by the way. The area hasn't changed. The man's still standing there. 5 minutes later, clank, 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 clank.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, the full plate's not really particularly stealthy.
Yeah, Vic's just like carrying me on his shoulder.
You look like a ragdoll, Daxius.
Oh, I feel like one. That armor's like jutting into my gut.
So
Well-
what's the actual situation? I couldn't hardly understand.
Okay. Deep breath. We were scouting the area, watching over the night market. At the end, we found 2 guys that did this to each other, kind of in the like a spider legs maneuver. I think it's a hidden sign for them to kind of signify that they're together as a group. They talked for a while. They brought themselves over to the Breakwater Pier. One of them left and went off back into the city. I don't know where he went. I was hoping Etor would follow him, but I don't know where Etor went. The other guy is the guy that's guarding here right now. I peered inside. There's 2 others inside that I could see, and they were moving around bottles. I did use detect hidden doors. There is a hidden door inside, but there's no hidden door inside the building. It's just there's one inside.
All right. Are we waiting for anything in particular?
I was waiting for you all.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm gonna go.
now that we're deputized, we can just barge in.
So
Let
you
the eye open
plan
up.
to just storm in?
Yes.
Fair
Well,
enough.
Would you like to? Do you have any other plan? We don't know how long they're going to be there. We know that they're hiding something.
my only plan was to... I have an ability where I can make the guy just look at me and not do much other than that. guy can get behind him, knock him out so that he doesn't alert the guys inside, because they could go down that secret exit and try and get away from us.
Mhm.
But yeah, I guess you'd probably be able to figure out that the exit would be in the floor,
In the floor, okay.
into the river.
Ah.
While we've got a second, I'm gonna cast 2 spells on myself. Tongues and heroism.
Okay.
Yep. I was gonna throw a spell in that last open slot. I think that's all I've got to do.
Okay. So,
I am going to... First time I've ever used this, I got this from the book, actually. I'm going to use Haunted Fey aspect of myself. Give myself DR1.
Nice.
Doesn't last for very long, but as soon as I pop that, unless anyone has any objections to the Fascinate idea, I'm going to walk out, look at the guy, and begin a bardic performance to fascinate. The guy needs to make a DC, I believe it's 17. It is 10 plus half. Is the half bard level rounded up or down?
Isn't that a 5e thing?
so
Or maybe I'm...
No, I have the fascinate ability.
No, it's rounded down.
It's rounded down. Okay, so yeah, it would DC 17.
all right. You see the man move a little bit, but then suddenly stop. You're standing near the end of the, where the shore meets the beginning of the pier, going out a good 70 feet. Yeah.
And just slowly approach him.
Where is everybody else?
Huh? I guess we're gonna have to be closing in after you.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of only one way on, I guess.
If anyone makes a hostile maneuver like drawing a weapon or something, or tries to knock him out right in front of him, it will immediately break.
Very well. Just have him so that he's not looking in the door when we go kill his friends.
Yeah, I'll just I'll just have him like looking away.
Okay. You guys, he obviously does not move. You can tell, like, he stepped away from, like, where he was leaning against the door, but he's, like, you know, standing at attention, more or less, like he was in the middle of some kind of action. You guys are able to... By the way, I'm not going to take that stealth roll. It is 10 feet wide. They're going to see you coming. There's
No,
fucking way.
I'm walking behind Axios.
With everybody else.
Yeah, like single file, like ninja style. Like they'll never see it coming, Gray.
So,
I'm telling you.
you guys get, let's say, 10 feet away from the where the poor guy is standing. From here, you can tell that he is indeed. You're assuming he's male, kind of, you know. Does this require eye contact, by the way, or just?
Fascinate? Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure.
Either visual or audio.
Okay. So.
Sits quietly, taking no actions other than to pay attention to the fascinating effect for as long as it lasts.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
-4 penalty on skill checks made as reactions such as perception checks.
Any potential threat to the target allows it to make a new saving throw. Doesn't immediately break.
Mhm.
So.
Yeah, your a bardic performance is either, if it's not audio, then it's visual, or if it's like song or something like that, then it's audio.
I'm gonna have it audio with like you all begin to hear like the subtle like chime of bells that ring from like the one like tied around my boots.
Now, are those the boots with the fur or without?
With the fur.
Okay.
So you're in your Inara form.
So.
You said there's fur.
So.
No, I'm not in my Inara form, unfortunately.
From you guys get within about 10 feet of the man, and a bell begins to ring up on the second floor on the crane, swinging back and forth, jangling and jangling and jangling and jangling.
Shit.
Doors and shutters begin to open at the other end of the pier. Lights. People start coming out. A lot of people. A lot of people. Moving
my
towards
growth.
the end of the pier, holding lanterns, crude weapons, anything like that. In the darkness, it's hard to make out more than that, other than that it's a sizable crowd. You hear somebody scream, "Kill them!" And that is where we're going to pick up next week.
Oh yeah.
Good thing Sven's
Sounds
got
about right.
diplomacy, right, guys?
Yeah, hold on. Let me roll diplomacy, guys. I'll get us out of this. Okay,
I'm
so
gonna,
with
I'm gonna
my
assist on
diplomacy
that.
buff, that's a +2. Let's see here. Hold on, guys. Hold
There
on.
we go.
Guys, hold on.
There we
hold
go.
on. +2.
Un forastero.
Actually,
Please take this, take this humble beast folk as your sacrifice.
The crowd
Great.
more or less screams out a battle cry, and he attempts to talk with them. They're not taking
Yeah.
it.
So, Gray, are you ready to roll like 60 different demoralized checks?
No,
I-
technically not. I'm running this a different way.
Can I drink a potion as I see the people coming out?
Potions are outlawed.
Yeah, we're not
guess,
allowed
yeah.
to do that anymore.
I'm trying to heal myself. Oh, I don't have any potions of
Yeah.
pure light. Never mind.
I would be
Vic
glad to
has
find
several
one.
cure potions. Also, there should be a bunch in the Vardo, or the bag of holding.
I also have one on me. I have a cure moderate. I have 2 actually.
I have 2 cure matters as well. I'm at 70 health. I think I'll probably be fine.
Yeah, we'll be careful. Because as far as why I didn't heal you up, I don't know. It's a mystery.
It's a mystery.
Oh yeah,
I don't have
Gilgamesh
the
is still
answers.
low health, isn't he?
I'm at
Yeah.
70 out of 97, so I'm not like
No,
super
Gray
low.
had you take like down to 10 HP.
Yeah,
when
and
the guard
then
beat up.
Well,
I healed.
right. He's healed since then.
I got
Oh,
healing
okay.
from Fernix and Dax.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
honestly, I think
Yeah.
it's lazy game design to not want to have to deal with the demoralized check for 60 different creatures at the same time.
Yeah,
We're
honestly,
running
Especially
with
Gray.
troops.
Yeah, especially with the extra fire damage and catching fire ability that you have to roll individually for each of them. I don't know why you wouldn't
yeah.
want to do that, honestly. Like, it's
Oh,
not all that complicated or convoluted or stupid.
That's right, when they catch fire, you roll that d6 of damage immediately, which is the thing that made me go, oh, this shit's even more annoying. Great.
And you have to re-roll it each round, or have them waste their action to put it out.
Hmm.
A lot of fun.
I think I actually am gonna retcon what I said and just actually I am gonna be in my NR form for this. I think doing this bust is something I would want on that resume, I guess.
Mhm.
Anyway,
But yeah.
I'm glad I cast those spells beforehand.
Mm. Fuck yeah. Holy shit.
The heroism is spicy.
We might get to see
Oh,
how
yeah.
hard spike growth goes off.
Well, they're not flying enemies, so I don't know why you wouldn't use it.
I can't wait for spike growth to hurt everyone but the enemy.
No, that can't happen.
Yeah, I cast spike growth on the inside of all of our boots.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Anyway,
hopefully I don't get interrupted for half the session for work next week.
Right?
Yeah, fuck.
It'd be kind of weird if I did, because I'm not on call next week.
That's good at least.
Yeah, anyway.
I'm very excited for I'm very excited to beat up some people who have nothing left to lose.
Should we end the session?
Yep.
We are indeed.
I can't wait to bomb some of the dongos.
Right. So who's doing some doing the recap next week?
I can do recap.
Stream is still going. We haven't officially said goodbye yet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We haven't
that's what-
signed off
Right.
quite yet.
Goodbye.
We're making them wait.
We're making them
Yeah.
wait.
Bated
Yes.
breath.
Yeah,
So-
we're making sure that we record the boring after talk.
Mhm.
That has nothing to do with
Thanks
the
for
game.
watching. We're gonna see how they've fucked up yet again, but you know, in the regular way as opposed to the other kind that we did at the beginning. So, we will see you next week. Thanks for watching, and catch us next time. Good
Bye-bye.
night.
Bye.